city council-tv. I'd like to ask my colleagues and those in attendance to please silence your cell phones and electronic devices, please. Thank you. I'd also like to ask everyone to be respectful of each other and do not disrupt the meeting while you are here. If you are disruptive, you will be asked to leave. If you fail to comply, you will be escorted out. Please note, according to City Council rules, there are no signs allowed in the chamber. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum, please?
Councilor Arroyo. Here. Councilor Baker. Here. Councilor Barr. Here. Councilor Brayton. Here. Councilor Coletta. Here. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Here. Councilor Claren. Here. Councilor Flynn.
Here.
Councilor Lara. Councilor Louisiana.
Here.
Councilor Mejia.
Here.
Councilor Murphy.
Here.
Councilor Worrell. Here. Quorum is present.
I have been informed by the clerk that a quorum is present. This week's clergy is Father John Curry, invited by City Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. City Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, would you like to come to the podium to introduce our clergy for today? In a wonderful selection in Father John Curry, who I've known for years, does so much great in our community. So thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you, Councilor President Flynn. Father Curry was born and raised in Dorchester, Massachusetts. He served as a priest of the Archdiocese of Boston for 25 years and is currently the pastor of St. Patrick's Parish in Roxbury and St. Peter's and Holy Family parishes in Dorchester, and was recently appointed as assistant chaplain for the Boston Fire Department. Father Curry has expressed how honored he is to work with the city, elected officials, and others in building a just and equitable and caring community for everyone. Father Curry, the honor is truly ours. Without further ado, please welcome Father Curry.
Can I ask everyone just to be seated for a moment? Yeah. And I want to say thank you to Council Anderson and councils in general for the honor of being with you again today, and to pray with you, to be present on this important day. As Council Anderson mentioned, recently I was appointed assistant chaplain to the fire department, and it's a real honor for me, very humbled by the appointment. My first official act was to celebrate Mass on Firefighters Memorial Weekend at Forest Hills. And that Sunday also happened to be the 52nd anniversary of my brother Joseph's death. Joseph died at the age of 8 years old in 1970. And there's no coincidences in life, because Joseph was struck and killed by a Boston fire truck. And a complete accident. He was out riding his bike with his friends, doing what 8-year-old little boys do, curious about the fire truck in the neighborhood. And the firefighters were doing what firefighters do, serving and protecting. I mention this because years later, when I was ordained a priest, my mother would often remind me how important it is to understand how we are all connected. At a fundamental level, as human beings, we share the human experience together. And she would describe how in her own prayer, when she would remember Joseph, and her heart would ache at times, she always prayed for the firefighters who were on the truck that day and what they endured in the loss of my brother, how it affected the house and the fire department in general. That has stayed with me. we are all connected at a fundamental level. These are heavy days for us, huh? Our hearts are heavy, our minds are heavy, our souls are heavy. But heavy days we must endure together. So we listen to the wisdom of the elders like my mother. As Scripture says, this is what the Lord says. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is and walk it. And you will find rest for your souls. So turning to the wisdom of an elder, an ancient, who also bore in his shoulders heavy days in our nation's history, I offer this prayer for the work of this council, the city, our nation, and however we might be called to love and to serve. Let us go forth in this spirit, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Let us strive on to finish the work of building that just and more perfect union for the welfare of all, for the good of all. For in the end, we are one with each other in our experience that we share together as sisters and brothers here on this good earth, in this good city of Boston, in the neighborhoods we are blessed to live in and to serve. Counselors, may the good spirit of our Lord lead and guide your discussions today and every day. And may God bring blessing to all of the prayers we hold in our hearts. For our one God, forever and ever. Amen.
And if you're able to stand, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, Counselor.
Thank you, Father.
I'm going to go to check.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Father Curry, and thank you for that wonderful, wonderful prayer. Thank you, sir. We're on to the first order of business, which is the approval of the minutes. Seeing and hearing no discussion on the matter, the chair moves to approve the minutes from the last meeting as presented. All those in favor of approving the minutes from the last meeting say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The minutes of the last meeting stand as approved. Mr. Clerk, communications from Her Honor the Mayor. Will you please read docket 0799, please?
Docket number 0799, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $300,000 in the form of a grant from the Boston Red Sox Arts Fund, awarded by the Boston Red Sox to be administered by the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture. The grant will fund programs supported by the Boston Cultural Council, with a portion directed specifically to Fenway area groups or artists.
Thank you. Docket 0799 will be referred to the Committee on Arts, Culture, and Special Events. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket 0800?
Docket number 0800, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $177,886.31 in the form of a grant for fiscal year 22 State Elder Lunch Program, awarded by the Mass Executive Office of Elder Affairs to be administered by the H. Strong Commission. The grant will fund nutrition services for older adults in the City of Boston. This award represented additional funding for the program.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council Braden, the chair of the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities. Council Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This award represents additional funds received from the State Elder Lunch Program from the Massachusetts Executive of Elder Affairs This amount is in addition to a 1.7 million grant that the council approved and accepted to expend in September of 2021. So on behalf of the Committee on Strong Women, Families and Communities, I recommend the council suspend and pass this docket to accept and expend these funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Braden. Council Braden seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket 0800. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0800 has passed. Mr. Clerk, please read dockets 0801 and 0802 together.
Docket number 0801, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $50,000 in the form of a grant from the fiscal year 22 Safe and Successful Youth Initiative awarded by the Mass Executive Office of Health and Human Services to be administered by the Police Department. The grant will fund a comprehensive interagency strategy that connects law enforcement, employment, education, public health, and youth development agencies to reduce youth violence in the Commonwealth. And docket number 0802, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $15,000 in the form of a grant for two charitable donations awarded by Frank R. and Elizabeth Simonini Foundation, Incorporated, to be administered by the Police Department. The grant will fund training initiatives for the Homicide and Youth Violence Strike Force units.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council Flaherty, Chair of the Committee on Public Safety, Criminal Justice. Council Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Safe and Successful Youth Initiative is a youth violence prevention and intervention initiative that is funded annually by the Massachusetts Executive Office of Health and Human Services. The Council has already passed the annual grant, part of which was used to complement the grant funding distributed through COVID Recovery Violence Intervention Grant last October. As SSYI lead agency, the Boston Public Health Commission coordinates referrals through community organizations to provide transitional services. Following outreach and intensive case management, they're also able to offer behavioral health counseling, plus education and employment services. Each year, the case managers enroll over 120 young adults to this program, and they also arrange supports for partnering organizations. The docket in front of us today is a $50,000 supplemental grant, to which $26,500 was distributed to the program's partnership community organizations. An additional $10,000 was dedicated to individuals' assistance for jobs in the form of work boots and tools, plus transportation to and from behavioral health and medical health appointments throughout the city. The 4 case managers were budgeted for approximately $11,500 increase in personnel, along with charges of $2,000 were committed towards purchasing air purification devices and PPE. Since the award period ends tomorrow, June 30th, I'm asking this body to suspend and pass docket 0801. As it pertains to docket 0802, this docket is grant funding from 2 charitable donations that were awarded by the Frank R. and Elizabeth Simonini Foundation to be administered by the Boston Police Department. This grant would fund training initiatives for the Homicide and Youth Violence Strike Force. As Chair of Public Safety, I'm asking this docket be suspended and passed so we can expeditiously spend this $15,000 grant. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Council Flaherty. Mr. Clerk, before we vote, please let the record reflect that Councilor Kendra Lara is present. Council Flaherty seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket 0801. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0801 is passed. Council Flaherty seeks suspension of the rules. Passage of docket 0802. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0802 has passed. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket 0803, please?
Docket number 0803, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $6,460 in the form of a grant for the federal fiscal year 22 Senior Companion Program, awarded by the Corporation for National and Community Service, to be administered by the Age Strong Commission. The grant will fund reimbursement for travel and meals, plus stipends. The supplemental award represents a mandatory increase in the stipend from $3 to $3.15 per hour, effective July 1st, 2022.
Thank you. Thank you. The chair recognizes Council Braden, Chair of the Committee on Strong Women, Families, Communities. Council Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this grant is a small grant. It's pretty self-explanatory. And on behalf of the Committee for Strong Women, Families and Communities, I recommend the Council suspend and pass this docket. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Braden seeks suspension of the rules, passage of docket 0803. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0803 is passed. Reports of public officers and others. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 0804.
Docket number 0804, communication was received from City Council President Ed Flynn calling for the election of City Clerk for the City of Boston on June 29th, 2022.
Thank you. This docket will be placed on file. This docket is related to the election of the City Clerk. As you know, the City Council would need to elect a new clerk as Clerk Feeney retired earlier this year. Having posted an open position for City Clerk for the City of Boston, the City Council received 19 total applications, of which 2 applications were interviewed by the Rules Committee. Qualifications for the City Clerk position included experience working in municipal government or county government, experience directing an agency, and a working knowledge of the Boston City Charter, Massachusetts Public Records, and open meeting law, and Robert's Rules of Order. Given his experience not only with all of the requirements of the job posting, but specifically in the role of City Clerk for the City of Boston, and his strong record in long-standing public service, I am recommending Alex Juntas for the position of City Clerk for a term ending February 3rd, 2025. I would like to now move to elect a City Clerk. Is there a second?
Second.
Pursuant to Section 17C of the City Charter, I will now ask the clerk to call the roll so that each City Councilor can say the name of the person that they choose. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
This is going to be weird.
Spell it right.
Councilor Arroyo.
Alex Tintas.
Councilor Arroyo, Alex Juntas. Councilor Baker.
Alex Juntas.
Councilor Baker, Alex Juntas. Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, Alex Juntas. Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, Alex Juntas. Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, Alex Juntas. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, Alex Juntas. Councilor Flaherty.
Alex Juntas.
Councilor Flaherty, Alex Juntas. Councilor Flynn.
Alex Juntas.
Councilor Flynn, Alex Juntas. Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, Alex Juntas. Councilor Lujan.
Alex Juntas.
Councilor Lujan, Alex Juntas. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, Councilor Mejia, Alex Juntas. Councilor Murphy.
Vote for Alex Juntas.
Councilor Murphy, Alex Juntas. And Councilor Worrell.
After hearing it about 30 times, I better get it right. Alex Juntas.
Councilor Worrell, Alex Juntas. Unanimous vote for Alex Juntas.
Alex Juntas, having received 13 votes, is the new City Clerk. It's his wife. Congratulations, Alex, and I just want to acknowledge the clerk's wife, Nancy, is here with us. Thank you, Nancy.
I'm happy that Nancy's here today because today is her birthday as well. Happy birthday. Thank you, everyone, for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now back to work. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 0805 to 0813.
Docket number 0805. Notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Reyes Cole Telechia as chair of the Human Rights Commission. Docket number 0806. Notice was received from the mayor of the reappointment of Ellen Hatch as temporary collector treasurer of the city of Boston. Docket 0807. Notice was received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979 relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the City Council at its meeting of May 18, 2022. Docket number 0808. Notice was received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979 relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the City Council at its meeting of May 25, 2022. Docket number 0809. Notice was received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979 relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the City Council at its meeting of June 8, 2022. Docket number 0810. Notice was received from the city clerk in accordance of Chapter 6 of the ordinances of 1979 relative to action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the City Council at its meeting of June 15, 2022. Docket number 0811. Communication was received from Councilor Liz Braden submitting a letter from Alston Brighton elected representatives addressed to the mayor regarding the proposed Harvard Enterprise Research Campus project. Docket number 0812. Communication was received from interim city clerk of the filing of Boston Redevelopment Authority of the Second Amendment to the report and decision on the Maverick Gardens Chapter 121A project. Docket number 0813. Message transmitting certain information under Section 17F relative to Personnel Review Committee and personnel vacancies. Docket number 0641. Passed by the Council on May 18, 2022.
Thank you. Docket 0805 to docket 0813 will be placed on file. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 0814.
Docket number 0814. The constable bonds of Carita Miles and Gerald Fanfan have been duly approved and received by the Collector Treasurer.
Thank you. Docket 0814 is approved under the usual terms and conditions. Reports of committees. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 0259.
Docket number 0259, the Committee on Government Operations, to which was referred on February 9th, 2022. Docket number 0259, an ordinance amending City of Boston Code Ordinance Chapter 15, Section 10, and establishing the Boston Fair Chance Act. Submits a report recommending that the ordinance ought to pass in a new draft.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council Arroyo, Chair of Government Operations. Council Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Government Operations held a hearing on March 8th, 2022, and a working session on April 12th, 2022 on docket number 259, an ordinance amending City of Boston Code Ordinances, Chapter 15, Section 10, and establishing the Boston Fair Chance Act, which was sponsored by Councilor Julia Mejia and myself. I'd like to thank my council colleagues for attending. That would be Councilor Julia Mejia, Councilor Rusi Louis-Jen, Councilor Kendra Lara, Councilor Kenzie Bach, Council President Flynn. I also thank Chief Salas Cervera, Chief McKenna from the Human Rights Commission, and the advocates for their participation. Did I miss any councilors who may have participated in either one of those sessions? Okay. This ordinance would amend existing language in the Boston City Code and establish a Chief Diversity Officer who will provide oversight over the city's non-discrimination, equal opportunity and diversity, equity, inclusion plan policies, Based upon information gathered at the hearing and the working session, the docket is amended to include consistent language, as well as jurisdiction and coordination under the Office of Human Resources. The amended docket allows for more flexibility regarding who is in charge of diversity and brings the position to a cabinet level, also requiring regular updates on progress made regarding diverse hiring and promotions, and will require that the Chief Diversity Officer work with offices to ensure there are fair hiring policies in place for family members of current employees. To be clear, this ordinance does not supersede any collective bargaining agreements. However, the ordinance establishes procedures for developing processes and plans through the Chief Diversity Officer and the Office of Human Resources to implement fair recruitment and employment practices, as well as a uniform complaint procedure. Additionally, this ordinance goes further to provide a transparent hiring process where disclosures, notifications, and recusal practices are required when family relationships exist as required by state ethics law, and will eliminate conflicts of interest in hiring and promotional practices of the city by establishing standards to ensure fairness and opportunity in the hiring and promotional practices of the city. As Chair of the Government Operations Committee, I recommend that this docket ought to pass in a new draft. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, the Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, seeks acceptance of the committee report, passage of docket 0259 in a new draft. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0259 has passed in a new draft. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 0435.
Docket number 0435, the Committee on Government Operations, to which was referred on March 30th, 2022. Docket number 0435, petition for a special law regarding an act authorizing the City of Boston to grant 4 additional licenses for the sale of alcoholic beverages to be drunk on the specified premises. Submits a report recommending that the home rule petition ought to pass in a new draft.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo, Chair of Government Operations. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. The Committee on Government Operations held a hearing on June 16, 2022 on docket number 465, a petition for special law relative to an act authorizing additional licenses for the sale of alcoholic beverages to be drunk on the premises in Boston, which was sponsored by Councilor Ruth C. Louis Jen and Councilor Julia Mejia. I'd like to thank my council colleagues for attending: Council President Flynn, Councilor Louis Jen, Councilor Worrell, Councilor Baker, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Murphy, and Councilor Flaherty. I'd also like to thank members of the administration, Kathleen Joyce, the Executive Directors of the Mayor's Office of Consumer Affairs and Licensing, and Chairwoman of the Licensing Board for the City of Boston, Danny Green, Executive Secretary of the Licensing Board for the City of Boston, and Alicia Porcina, Director of Small Business for the City of Boston, and the advocates for their participation. During the hearing, we heard from the administration on the support for this home rule petition, as well as industry representatives on the value of liquor licenses to restaurants and its impact on profits. Passage of this docket will allow the licensing board to grant 5 additional licenses for the sale of alcoholic beverages for specified premises. 4 of the licenses are for the bowling building. 1 of the licenses is for the Strand Theater. Both locations are in the Roxbury neighborhood of Boston. All of these licenses are not transferable and are restricted to the specific location. Passage of this home rule petition and its amended draft will provide equity, improve the quality of life in the surrounding communities, and will allow the entities to attract businesses and events. As Chair of Government Operations Committee, I recommend that this docket ought to pass in its new draft. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Would anyone like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. For a moment there, I thought we were not going to be able to speak on anything because I had my light on for the last one. So while I'm up here for the last one, just want to thank my colleagues for the passage of that. And I'm not going to hog up the mic because I know we have a lot of work to get through. And I'm just rising up, encouraging my colleagues to vote in favor so that we can get to business. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. The chair recognizes Councilor Lujan. Councilor Lujan,
Thank
you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn, and thank you to Councilor Arroyo, Chair of Government Ops, for holding a hearing on this matter that was joined with another home rule petition sponsored by Councilor Worrell and co-sponsored by myself about how do we get more liquor licenses into our neighborhoods, specifically Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan. These targeted liquor licenses, 4 for bowling building, 1 for Strand Theater, will all be about getting more business, spur more economy in our neighborhoods. We know that there's a lot of inequity baked into how liquor licenses are given out. The cost of them on the open market is exorbitant. And so with these 4 restricted liquor licenses of bowling building, we're hoping to really help to spur economic activity in the Nubian Square area, anchored in a city-owned building like the Strand Theater. So just asking my colleagues to support this home rule petition and get this up to the State House so that we can get some really great businesses that have been looking for liquor licenses that opportunity to really grow and develop their business in Nubian Square at the bowling building. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Lujan. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support, obviously, this the petition in the amended draft will provide equity, improve quality of life in the surrounding communities, and will allow the licensees to attract businesses and events, which would be great for the community. I would just note, obviously, the importance that these are non-transferables. That means that if the license is granted and if it's either canceled, revoked, or no longer in use, the licenses shall be returned physically with all rights and privileges back to the city's licensing board. The licensing board then may grant that license to a new applicant in the same location under the same conditions as the specified act, and that's a key component. So for those that are putting their best foot forward to obtain these licenses, making sure that they've got, their front of the house in order, the back of the house in order, whether it's investment opportunities and or a particular cuisine or an event for them to, the onus is on them, obviously, to perform. In the event that they don't perform, the city has the ability to pull that back and to grant it to someone else. So it's a privilege, I think, that we're granting on the non-transferable side. It's going to lend, particularly in the food desert side of the house, it will add tremendous value. But it's a sort of a two-way street. City's granting these, but the entities also need to work with the community. They need to be responsive to the community. They need to add value to the community. They need to continue to be good neighbors, or else the city has the ability to pull back on it. And I just think that's an important factor that needs to be mentioned. But I look forward to supporting it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also just wanted to add that this rule had unanimous support from the advocates that were there, that included the Massachusetts Restaurant Association, the Black Hospitality Coalition, New York Grace, Massachusetts Restaurants United, Prefix Accountants, Offsite Consulting. There were a lot of folks on this when we held this hearing, and a lot of them expressed it was unanimous support for these restricted place-based liquor licenses that will stay with the bowling building for the entirety of the existence of the bowling building, and will stay with the Strand Theater for the entirety of the existence of the Strand Theater. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lujan, for that clarification and the update as well. Councilor Arroyo, the chair of the Committee on Government Operations, seeks acceptance of the committee report, passage of docket 0435 in a new draft. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Mr. Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote, please?
Roll call vote on docket 0435. Councilor Arroyo. Yes. Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. Aye. Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Bach. Yes. Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden. Aye. Councilor Braden, aye. Councilor Coletta. Yes. Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara.
Yes.
Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0435 has received a unanimous vote in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Docket 0435 has passed in a new draft. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 0536, 0537, and docket 0708 together, please.
Docket number 0536, the Committee on Housing and Community Development, to which was referred on April 27, 2022. Docket number 0536, message in order authorizing the Mayor's Office of Housing to accept and expend payments in the amount of $40 million given to the City of Boston's Inclusionary Development Policy Fund for the purpose of producing and preserving affordable housing in the City of Boston. Submits a report recommending this matter ought to pass. Docket number 0537, the Committee on Housing and Community Development, to which was referred on April 27, 2022. Docket number 0537, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to apply 4, accept and expend the federal fiscal year 2022 Housing and Community Development Funds from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. This order includes the following grants, with final awards estimated not to exceed the totals listed. Community Development Block Grant, $18 million. Home Investment Partnership Program, $7 million. Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, $4 million. And the Emergency Solution Grant, $2 million. Submits a report recommending that this matter ought to pass. In docket number 0708, the Committee on Housing and Community Development, to which was referred on June 8, 2022, docket number 0708, message in order authorizing the City of Boston, acting through the Mayor's Office of Housing, to apply for, accept, and expend the amount of $21,597,797 provided under the Home Investment Partnerships Program, American Rescue Plan Home ARP Act of 2021 from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. The purpose of the Home ARP funds is to provide housing to individuals, to households who are homeless, at risk of homelessness, and other vulnerable populations in the City of Boston. Submits a report recommending this matter ought to pass.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Lara, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Community Development. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I first want to thank Councilor Louis-Jean for chairing this committee hearing on short notice so that I could take time off to be with my family after a death. These matters are sponsored by the mayor and were referred to the Committee on Housing and Community Development, docket 0536 and docket 0537 on April 27, 2022, and docket 0708 on June 8, 2022. The Committee on Housing and Community Development held a public hearing on June 17, 2022, to take testimony and consider the same. The hearing was chaired by Councilor Ruzi Louis-Jean, the Vice Chair of the Committee on Housing and Community Development, at my request. The councilors that were present were the Vice Chair and Council President Ed Flynn. We received letters of support in attendance that were read into the record from the committee chair, myself, and also from Councilor Erin Murphy. We were joined by the administration, Tim Davis, Deputy Director of Policy, Development and Research, the Mayor's Office of Housing, Rick Wilson, Director of Administration and Finance, Daniel Johnson, Deputy Director, Office of Housing Stability, Christine O'Keefe, Acting Assistant Director for Development and Finance, and Richard O'Brien, Associate Director for the Boston Home Center. They all attended the hearing, made a presentation regarding the grants, and responded to questions from all of the councilors. These presentations by the administration officials included background and what the funds were going to be used for, the history, eligible recipients, and activities, the process of distribution and the uses of the funds, and the various other particulars for each of the grants. Based on the testimony and the information presented at the hearing, and having considered the same, I respectfully recommend that these matters ought to pass. Thank you, President Flynn.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. We will now take a vote on each of these dockets separately. I'm sorry. Yeah. I fail to recognize, to call on Councilor Louis-Jean. Councilor Louis-Jean, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. One thing that I just wanted to highlight from the hearing, something that the administration brought out regarding docket number 0537, because I know that this is something that a lot of folks, particularly Councilor Braden, I know this is an issue that we'll talk about, continue to talk about, but a lot of the support that the city has received from HUD over the past years have really flatlined, especially when we think about inflation. And so there's a potential challenge to the census, which undercounted a lot of our populations. When we talk about our transient populations, our immigrants, and that challenge could result in us getting more resources into these HUD block grants that we receive. So just something for the council to explore, because I know that's something that others have elevated, and that's something I've expressed concern about too, and how it affects how much we receive in these important block grants that not only help with housing, but also economic development and small business development as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Louis-Jean. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty. Okay. We will now take a vote on each of these dockets separately. Councilor Lara, the chair of the Committee on Housing, Community Development, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket 0536. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. Councilor Lara, the Chair of the Committee on Housing and Community Development, seeks acceptance of the committee report, passage of docket 0537. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The docket is passed. Councilor Lara, the Chair of the Committee on Housing and Community Development, seeks acceptance of the committee report, passage of docket 0708. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 0625, 0626, 0627, 0628 together, please.
Docket number 0625, the Committee on City Services and Innovation Technology, to which was referred on May 18th, 2022. Docket number 0625. Message in order for your approval in order to reduce the fiscal year 22 appropriation for the Reserve for Collective Bargaining by $123,291 to provide funding for various departments for the fiscal year 22 increases contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the Boston Public Health Commission and AFSCME Council 93. Submits a report recommending that this matter ought to pass. Docket number 0626, the Committee on City Services and Innovation Technology, to which was referred on May 18, 2022. Docket number 0626. Message in order for the supplemental appropriation order for the Boston Public Health Commission for fiscal year 22 in the amount of $123,291 to cover the fiscal year 22 cost items contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the Boston Public Health Commission and AFSCME Council 93. The terms of the contracts are October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2023. The major provisions of the contract include base wage increases of 2%, 1.5%, and 2% to be given in January of each fiscal year of the contract term. Submits a report recommending that the matter ought to pass. Filed in the Office of the City Clerk on May 16, 2022. Docket number 0627. The Committee on City Services and Innovation Technology, to which was referred on May 18, 2022. Docket 0627. Message in order for your approval in order to reduce fiscal year 22 appropriation for the Reserve for Collective Bargaining by $94,113 to provide funding for the Inspection Services Department for fiscal year 22 increases contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the Office and Professional Employees International Union, Local 6, OPEIU. Submits a report recommending that this matter ought to pass. And docket number 0628, the Committee on City Services and Innovation Technology, which was referred May 18, 2022. Docket number 0628. Message in order for the supplemental appropriation order for the Inspectional Services Department for fiscal year 22 in the amount of $94,113 to cover the fiscal 22 costs contained within the collective cost items contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the Office and Professional Employee International Union Local 6, OPEIU. The terms of the contracts are July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023. The major provisions of the contract include base wage increases of 2%, 1.5%, and 2% to be given in October of each fiscal year of the contract term. Submits a report recommending that this matter ought to pass.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The Chair recognizes Councilor Block, Chair of the Committee on City Services, Innovation, Technology. Councilor Block, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you to yourself and my colleague, Councilor Murphy, for joining me for this hearing on last Friday, June 17th. These are both relatively small units, one at the Boston Public Health Commission and the other here in our ISD department. And the proposals for these contracts really track and mirror the ones that we've been hearing in other units. So in the case of the BPHC one, AFSCME, Council 93, represents a large number of city workers, and we've actually already approved a very similar contract for the units here in City Hall, but this is the unit that works with BPHC. We heard testimony from our budget director, Jim Williamson, the Director of Labor Relations, Renee Bushi, and then also from BPHC, their Chief Labor and Employment Counsel, David Susich. And it was a good opportunity to get a sense of the overall labor context, lay of the land for BPHC. They have 8 bargaining units, and most of them are also up for contract negotiation. This is the first one, I think, to come in. But it's the same as the AFSCME 93 deal on this side in terms of the pattern. So it's a 2% raise going back effective January 2021. Their cycles are slightly different than ours, so most of ours are like September, but this is January. Then 1.5, then 2% again. Juneteenth was added to the contract as a recognized holiday, and influenza vaccination requirement was added. There's also a one-time lump sum of $1,000 per member that will be paid in FY22. Obviously, FY22 ends tomorrow, so I know that the folks who are waiting for this money to come through are eager for us to approve it. It's not a huge number of people, it's 52 members, and the total number here at stake is $123,000. And per usual, there's 2 dockets, one to pull it out of the collective bargaining reserve and another to actually appropriate it to the Health Commission. And then the OPEIU one is for $94,000, and those are some members of that unit in our ISD department. And besides the same pattern of 2%, 1.5%, and 2%, the only real substantive change was this military leave policy update. And so we actually did ask them to send along to us the military leave policy with the kind of red line changes, just so we could know. It was tracking a change that had happened on the federal level. But, you know, obviously, I think both President Flynn and Councilor Murphy expressed the desire for the city of Boston to be making it as easy as possible for workers in the city who go on military leave to access benefits in that way. So we discussed that as well. And my recommendation as chair is that, again, we have a pair of dockets, one to take it out of the collective bargaining reserve and one to pay folks. And my recommendation is that all 4 of these dockets, Mr. President, ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Bach. We will now take a vote on each of these dockets separately. Council Bach, the chair of the Committee on City Services, Innovation Technology, seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket 0625. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. Council Bach, the chair of the Committee on City Services, Innovation Technology, seeks acceptance of the committee report, passage of docket 0626. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. Council Bach, the chair of the Committee on City Services, Innovation Technology, seeks acceptance of the committee report, passage of docket 0627. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. Council Bach, the chair of the Committee on City Services, Innovation Technology, seeks acceptance of the committee report, passage of docket 0628. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. Matters recently heard for possible action. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 0762 and 0763 together, please.
Docket number 0762, message disapproving the annual appropriation and tax order for fiscal year 2023. Docket number 0480, passed by the City Council on June 8, 2022. I am filing an amended annual appropriation and tax order. Docket number 0763, message in order for amended annual appropriation and tax order for fiscal year 2023.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson, Chair of Committee on Ways and Means. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. These dockets represent the mayor's return and modifications to the council's amended budget passed on June 8th. Since June 15th, the committee has held one hearing and 2 working sessions to discuss whether to accept or override in part. The City Council has engaged in a historically new role pertaining to its participatory involvement in the development of the FY23 budget. As the Chair on Ways and Means Committee, I facilitated a process to reach a resolution that is mutual, beneficial, and satisfactory to our council body and to the people of Boston that we are tasked with representing. As such, I offer my sincerest gratitude to all 12 of my fellow council colleagues. In particularly, I would like to thank my council colleagues that were respectful, that were supportive, that were kind, and that didn't give me so much of a hard time. But I encourage those who gave me a hard time and that were rude and that were not very kind to me, because in this growing pains, in this new process, we have to weed out some of our own flaws in order for us to come together and understand how to move forward in a better process. With that being said, I would also like to thank my team, of course, my staff, my wonderful staff that is mostly sitting there on the bench, and of course, the IGR team for working with me, and last but not least, the incomparable attorney Michelle Goldberg. Thank you for everything. Thank you. Here we are. And again, thank you for helping me to marshal our collective resources and resilience toward creating a budget that seeks to craft positive change for all of our constituents, particularly the most vulnerable and disenfranchised among us. It is in this spirit of collaboration and cooperation that I proceed. You can find my recommendations as chair on your desk in the committee reports. These recommendations are broken into 3 separate recommendations for partial overrides. I would like to add that additionally, again, the collaboration, I'd like to thank also the administration, admin staff as well for all of your support, but of course administration for your cooperation and working together in ensuring that we came to the best resolution. I recommend that we override the following increases. Increase black male advancement personnel services. So again, this will be in 3 parts. So I'm asking for 3 separate votes. So the first one, increase black male advancement personnel services to $600,000 to expand the office capacity. Increase Office of Human Services, Office of Returning Citizens, contractual services to $800,000 to increase capacity in the Office of Returning Citizens. Increase Office of Economic Opportunity contractual service to $100,000 to commission a citywide life insurance study. Increase City Clerk contractual services to $200,000 to procure codification services for the review and reconciliation of the City of Boston Code ordinances and special acts relating to the City of Boston, including the City Charter. Increase BCYF personnel services to $120,000 for youth workers to support programming for youth residents of BHA Commonwealth Apartments and BHA Faneuil Gardens. Increase Boston Public Health Commission special appropriation to $160,000 to provide salary increases of $20,000 for each FTE at Boston Youth Development Network. Increase Mayor's Office of Housing special appropriation to $400,000 to BHA for a city housing voucher with set asides for project basing at IDP units to buy deeper affordability, returning citizens, and BHA homeownership pilot launch, with the additional direction that this funding be used for a pilot for housing stipends for young people aged 19 to 24. Increase Parks and Recreation Department personnel services to $688,373 for departmental capacity regarding 3 maintenance, restoring $144,186 to the line on the tax order. To balance these overrides, I recommend the following decrease overrides. BFD equipment, $400,000. BFD equipment, $750,000. Law contractual, $250,000. OBM personnel, $130,000. DoIT personnel, $160,000. BFD contractual, $400,000. This partial override is reflective of the collaboration of this council during our recent working session, as well as with the administration. Should I continue or take a vote first?
Excuse me? Okay.
That we take a vote on the first part.
We were going to take,
Can we take a recess, Mr. President?
we'll take a quick recess.
Thank you.
We're back in session. Mr. Clerk, please read the first override into the record.
Partial override text, based on Councilor Fernandez Anderson, recommending override the following increases. Number one, increase black male advancement personnel services, $600,000 to expand the office capacity, adding $400,000 to the line on the tax order. Number two, increase Office of Human Resources, Office of Human Services, Office of Returning Citizens Contractual Services, $800,000 to increase capacity in the Office of Returning Citizens, adding $500,000 to the line on the tax order. Number three, increase OEOI contractual services, $100,000 to commission a citywide life insurance study. Number four, increase city clerk contractual services, $200,000 to procure codification services for the review and recodification of the City of Boston Code, ordinances, and the special acts relating to the City of Boston, including the city charter. Number five, increase BCYF personnel services, $120,000 for youth workers to support programming for youth residents of BHA Commonwealth Apartments and BHA Faneuil Gardens. Number six, increase Boston Public Health Commission special appropriation, $160,000 to provide salary increases of $20,000 for each full-time employee at Boston Youth Development Network. Number seven, increase MOH special appropriation, $400,000 to BHA for the City Housing Voucher Program, with set asides for project basing at IDP units to buy deeper affordability, returning citizens, and BHA homeownership pilot launch, with the additional direction that this funding be used for a pilot for housing stipends for young people aged 19 through 24. And number eight, increase Parks and Recreation Department personnel services by $688,373 for departmental capacity regarding tree maintenance, adding $144,186 to the line on the tax order. To balance these increased overrides, the recommended decrease overrides are as follows. Number one, BFD equipment, $400,000. Number two, BFD equipment, $750,000. Number three, law contractual, $250,000. Number four, OBM personnel, $130,000. And number five, do-it personnel, $160,000. And number six, BFD contractual, $400,000.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Would anyone like to speak on this first part of the override? The chair recognizes Councilor Royal. Councilor Royal, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just a quick question for clarification. A yes vote here is to override, correct? So a no vote is to not override, a yes vote is to override?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councilor Royal. We're going to take a vote if no one has any further comments. The chair recognizes
Councilor Jen.
Yeah, I understand. Councilor Baker.
Sorry, Mr. President. So this is kind of a question. I don't know if I just throw it on the floor, if anybody can maybe answer it. BFD equipment being reduced by, the fire department equipment being reduced by $1.15 million, and we're being told, well, they didn't use it. That's like they didn't use it last year. How do we know what the equipment needs for BFD are going to be in this upcoming year that hasn't happened yet? So I don't know if there's anybody that can answer that or if this is the appropriate place for this, because with the BFD equipment, we had that as car 5, and we were told we can't go intra-department, I guess it was. But we're still rating the fire department for other things. So I'm just looking for a little clarification on equipment. How do we know that the fire department isn't going to need that money and equipment for this upcoming year? You know, and what happens if we take it out and they do need it? So just a thought, I don't know if it gets answered or if we just...
The recommendation I would have, Council Baker, is maybe Councilor Flaherty might have a little bit of background information on that issue.
And are we allowed to do this in this process here? Like,
I think if you have a question that you've asked, I think you're entitled to an answer.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, Councilor Flaherty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll defer to the Chair of Ways and Means in terms of what the 11th hour portion of this was. But I obviously, in the interest of trying to move the budget forward, was withdrawing Car 5 for a later opportunity to negotiate for that, but was not aware of a $1.8 million cut to the department.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. The Chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. No. The Chair recognizes Councilor Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise just in support of this override. It includes a lot of really great work that we are doing and that we've advocated for, that we've got generated a lot of support for on the council. I first also should have started with my thanks to the chair for your incredible work and stewardship of all of us, which was, I know, and continues to be no easy feat. But, you know, this shows our commitment to this city, to departments in this city that have been underfunded and underinvested in, and to really do the work of building a more just and more equitable city. We have a mayor who's really committed to transforming our city, and I think the commitments that this city council has made in these overrides and in our initial amendments shows our work in deep partnership with community members and with folks on the ground about what we need here in this city. So I gave my whole spiel about, you know, what this budget represents in our power as city council, really leaning into our power that the voters and that people gave us in our ability to amend the budget. So just rising to support and hoping my colleagues will also do the same for this partial override. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lujan. The Chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So I also, similar to Councilor Baker, have a question about where the money's coming from. All of these recommended increases, I have been very vocal of supporting all of these departments and knowing that this is important work. But just getting this at 12:30 and now looking at it, I just have a question, because I've asked this in the working sessions. If the fire department really has more than $1.5 million unspent, they would have put Car 5 in to service without us ever having to vote on it. Because if that money was really there and they could have made a decision on it. So I question, is this money really unspent? And I also commend Councilor Flaherty for pulling Car 5 out of this discussion at this time, knowing that we were going to have to hit the police and the fire on a vote. So we pulled Car 5 out to talk about it later. And now all of these well-deserving departments, which I know we are funding, and many of them are new, so they're up and running and we'll continue to support. But to take it out of unspent, and $400,000 is contractual, it's not just equipment money. I just am skeptical, is that money really unspent? And if the fire is really advocating, and I know we had long conversations about what this money would give us. It would give us promotions that we have never seen. And we would have many minority promotions in the fire department that we're all aching for, right? We really want to see that. So I don't think that coming out of the fire, it's counter, and I feel like they're getting hit twice today. they're not given the opportunity for us as a body to vote on whether or not we want to pass CAR 5 and Ladder 13. And the conversations I have is that Ladder 13 could be placed right behind the Boston Fire headquarters, which is right in the heart of Mass and Cass, and they would do really good work to support the work already going down there for the crisis we're seeing there, and also be able to support the South End residents at the same time. So my question is, does it have to come from this department? Because I'm not in support of coming from that department. So I just want to go on record for saying that.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. I just figured this is the opportunity to talk about this particular partial override. So I'm going to speak in general and then specifically on this one. But I just want to thank all my council colleagues for their work and their advocacy during this process. I'm grateful to each and every one of you as I hit the ground sprinting, coming in here pretty late. I especially want to thank and extend my gratitude to Chair Fernandez-Anderson again for your leadership in getting us through to this point. It was not easy, right? And so especially as we navigate this new authority that has been given to us, first by the Attorney General to even get it on the ballot, and then by the voters of Boston to have a more democratic and transparent budget process. There were hiccups, right? And I'm not entirely sold on the intra-departmental interpretation by the city's general counsel. I wish that there had been, I wish that we had been negotiating with all of the facts from the very beginning, in good faith, to produce the best possible product and First Amendment from this body. I can't speak to CAR 5, but I know for me in my district, I will keep fighting for items that I believe my district needs that fell victim to the intra-departmental fiasco. More parking enforcement officers in East Boston, a dedicated director or cabinet level position like 70% of voters want in a poll commissioned by the Coalition for a Resilient and Inclusive Waterfront for a waterfront planner, separate from the BPDA, accountable to the mayor and the city council and those that elected us to represent them. And I'm proud of the fact that we advocated together as a body for more Hokies in our respective districts. I was promised 2 Hokies in East Boston, given the obscene level of trash on our streets. I was also promised, and I'm saying this here now so that there's a record of it moving forward, I was promised dedicated resources to District 1 to expand our tree canopy, which is the lowest in the city. There were also promised 311 positions, although there's more reform needed to have that department be better and service our constituents better. And I'm especially proud of the fact that we got $100,000 for Immigrants Lead Boston, for Boston immigrants who wish to take more civic ownership and become leaders in their own communities. And just for those who are watching at home, because I know that you are, folks in Charlestown, the Wu administration has indicated they are favorable to investing in a capital campaign for the Clergy pool in Charlestown. I understand that these are 2 separate votes, but again, I have folks watching at home, and just know that those are conversations that are ongoing and need to be had following the 3rd structural assessment of the pool and throughout the year. And I'll just close by saying that I deeply respect the institution of the City Council and the responsibilities that are provided to us. It was an honor to advocate for my district and their needs, to be their voice, to not be their voice, but be their microphone. And so I just want to say thank you to all the community organizers and community organizations who helped me through this process. So even with this newfound power, there are limitations within bureaucracies, and this is what makes the democratic process unique and special. Bureaucracy is slow, it is messy, but it's supposed to be that way. And I have found that there has been cooperation and a willingness to work with this body from the executive. And so I want to thank Mayor Wu and the IGR team for their work and for getting us here. And so I anticipate voting yes on this partial amendment 1 presented to us by Chair Fernandez-Anderson and support her in that endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. The chair recognizes Councilor Bork. Councilor Bork, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you to the chair for putting together this collective override proposal and recognizing that this is the first time this has ever happened and it's a challenge. And also recognizing that we, as the council, only gave the chair to work with what we proposed in original decreases. And I think we've all talked about ways in which we might learn from this process going forward. And I think that one of the things that we've all learned is that we would like to talk more with the departments in advance about the cuts and increases that we are proposing now that we have this power. And I think also that departments didn't fully think that through always, like that this was sort of a different system. But I do just want to stress that, I'm rising as somebody who proposed a few of these decreases that the chair is using here to balance the amendment, that they are based on information that the departments provided to us. So for example, for one of these $400,000 lines in fire had already internally within their department budget moved that $400,000 to other things because they weren't using it. They hadn't even left it in that line to be not spent, but then continued to re-up that in the following year's budget. And several of the other lines were considerably underspent. I think, Councillor Murphy, to your point, my understanding is that departments don't actually have the authority under OBM to take non-personnel extra money and turn it into personnel extra money because of the dynamic that we discussed at a previous meeting where personnel actually come with the pension and other costs associated. And so while people can turn unspent personnel money into equipment, they can't do vice versa. So I would just say that I think that these proposals came from the information that the departments provided to us about their April budget spending. I also would say to Councillor Flaherty's concern, I guess he's not here, but that, is he just behind me? Okay. Obviously this is the beginning of the fiscal year. And so if we were to find that there is a piece of information that the council doesn't have, it's very concerning. I think there are opportunities to fix that through supplemental appropriation. But I do think that that it is important going forward for departments to realize that the financial information that they provide to the council is information on which the council is going to act and depend. And so it can't be that only when the council decides to try to pay for critical goals that then we hear, oh no, that unspent money isn't really unspent, et cetera. Because I think if that's the argument, we're always going to be having that argument. So I say that saying I think we all are, and I've heard the chair say it loud and clear that we need to structure a process for next year that anticipates this sort of level of detail that the council needs from departments sooner. But I do think that the proposals for the decreases which were in the proposed budget that the council passed on June 8th are reasonable and based on information, and I'll be voting for the override. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Block. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
So just to keep it brief and simple for me, the departments, including fire department, submitted their budget and their requests, and they told us that there were some funds that were unused and they were not going to use it, and how they moved monies around, right? So once they tell us that they are not using that money, they told us that. We didn't tell them that. Then we worked with the administration as well to look at the whole proposal that you see here, or the partial override you see here. And to the best of our abilities, we discussed what funds we had already recommended and voted for. Everyone here voted to decrease these amounts. I, as the chair, can only recommend to use decreases that were already voted for by everyone. So that is what you have here. I understand that the concern is, if we're not doing CAR 5, then why do that? Well, the fire department told us they're not using that money, that it is unspent fund. I'm not telling you that. And so then this body voted to use it, to take it away, to decrease it, and use it on something else. So I took BFD equipment of the amounts that I had already voted on, and law contractual and OBM and do it and BFD contractual that we already voted on. And I added them up and I said, okay, do we get just CAR 5 or can we get programs to save black men's lives? Or do we do programs to save black children, poor children, white poor children in the projects too? Do we improve BHA? Do we clean our streets? Do we do youth programs? Do we clean up our, prune our trees? Do we save our environment? I looked at all of those things and I said, these small amounts added up together, we could take out from the decreases that we had already voted to decrease anyway. That is the only money that we had to work with. So CAR 5, save black men and babies, and poor children in the streets. What do? And that is how I came to this logic. The recommendations based on our collective working sessions, the expressions from everyone. It's not me by myself recommending this, right? It's all of us, what we voted to decrease, what we voted that we expressed that we care about, what we said in our campaigns. Here we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The chair recognizes Councilor Lujan. Councilor Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to second what Councilor Bach and Councilor Fernando Anderson stated. A lot of this, the package may look different because I think originally, I'll speak for the Office of Returning Citizens, that money was coming from police overtime, but deferring to the chair's wisdom here in deciding how to package what we've already approved, I think is really important, especially when we think about the overall sentiment of this council to support a lot of these offices and initiatives when it comes to Office of Returning Citizens, the black male advancement, when it comes to supporting the city-based vouchers. So these are all things that we have collectively as a body decided that we wanted to support. The only thing that looks different is, the line-to-line packaging here. But a lot of these initiatives, we have already come together and said we support them. And so I am just urging my council colleagues to support. I know originally it was overtime and a lot of us continue to want to see decreases there. And these were also areas where we collectively as a body said, these are decreases that we can withstand to fund the offices that have been disinvested in and the programs that have been disinvested in. And so I just urge my council colleagues, we all care about our city departments. Some of them are really, really well funded and others are not. And we have work to do to make this a better city for all of us. I think Councilor Bach did an incredible job of breaking down projections based on past expenditures for some of our departments, and we pulled accordingly. The chair has spent a lot of time thinking about where to pull money and how do we make it work for all of us here on the City Council, and I think that we should trust her judgment here in supporting this override. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lujan. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I just want to thank the chair for her incredible grace and patience that she's had with all of us, including me, because I know I could be a little chihuahua, barking all day, every day, and so just wanted to just thank you, because I know it has not been easy for you to carry all of this and the pressure. But you have risen to the occasion under very hard circumstances, working with not having all of the information oftentimes. So I obviously, there are things that I've been fighting for here. So I am rising not only to just support this, but for us to recognize what this moment means. Because it's not just about this vote. It's about a bigger conversation. It's about the power that we've been given to be able to flex that little muscle that we have here and how we set the stage for how we're going to continue to do business in collaboration with community, with the administration, and the council. And this is what it looks like, right? So I think that if we look at this as a learning opportunity, which is what this is, that there are lessons that we can all agree with, and there are things that we might kick and fight and scream all the way towards the end. But at the end of the day, it's about how we seize this moment and set the stage for round two, and how we come back into this chamber and do it all over again with what we know. So I am highly encouraged that my colleagues will look at this as an asset and not a deficit and move with that lens. So thank you, Chair, for your hard work. And I look forward to my colleagues voting to pass this override. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden, but before I recognize Councilor Braden, I would like to remind everyone that when you speak on a docket, you're able to speak one time. I'm not going to call on you a second time. I just don't want us to go back and forth. Maybe with the exception of the chair of Ways and Means. But for everyone else, if you have the opportunity to speak, take the opportunity, because you're not going to get a second bite of the apple. The chair calls on Councilor Braden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do rise to support this partial override, number one. I also wanted to thank Councillor Fernandez-Anderson for incredible leadership in this complicated new thing that we're doing this year. You've done it with grace, and I really appreciate your leadership and your guidance in this process. It is a body, as a body, it's really important for us to work together to come up with solutions that address the incredible challenges that our communities and our folks face all across our city. One thing that we struggled with in the budget process, and we have done for many years, is the fact that sometimes we're dealing with not all the information. And when we've looked back at custom and practice in years gone by, the Council has struggled for over 70 years to access information in departmental annual reports. And the practice of producing annual reports from different departments fell into abeyance in the 1980s. And it's no longer a thing that we get an annual report from the different departments to tell us where they're at and what the money's spent on and what their goals and objectives are and what they've achieved in the past year and what are we going to spend the money on in the future. So as this is something that our office is working on to try and improve accountability and transparency, and I do urge that in the context of budget deliberations going forward next year, we would love to see a modernisation and standardisation of the process of producing an annual report, so that as we all sit down as this body sits down next year, that we will be more equipped and have better information about how the different departments are operating, what their goals and objectives are, and what the money has actually been spent on. I think that would help the process greatly. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Braden.
Let's vote.
The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn, and thank you to Councilor Anderson. And this is real simple for me. It's about urgency. It's about making an investment into communities, into people, and moving our city forward. We have a chance to take proactive measures instead of reactive measures in Black and brown lives, in youth development, in housing, everything that we talked about on the campaign trail. We had that opportunity to use our power to make sure that the communities that we're fighting for get to see it. So this is simple for me, and I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. Mr. Clerk, we're going to take a vote on this first part of this presentation that was provided by Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. So this is one of three. This is the first one.
Partial override, number one, roll call. A yes vote means in support of the override, and a no vote against the override. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Yes, and I love you, Baker.
Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara.
Yes.
Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan?
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia? Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy?
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell?
Yes.
Councilor Worrell. Partial override number 1 passes.
The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I obviously want to thank the chair for her great work on that. And just to let my colleagues know, obviously I was noting an objection to having the funds come from BFD, and got a commitment for the administration that if there are any equipment needs in 2022, 2023, they'll be met, and if necessary, through a supplemental process, working with the chair and our brave men and women of the Boston Fire Department. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. Mr. Clerk, we're going on to the second part. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. The chair recognizes the Chair of Ways and Means, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Y'all haven't seen my hair, but I don't have any grays. And y'all about to give me grays, but let's keep moving. All right. And partial override number 2. To decrease BPD personnel services, and then let me just explain this quickly for clarification. Some of you asked to break this up into pieces as we recommended them. We cannot suggest override in that order. We have to do it by contractual and personnel. So I'm recommending 2 parts. The second part of this partial override, decrease BPD personnel services, line 51200 overtime, to increase YEE personnel is it engagement and employment? Engagement and employment, personnel services to $2,303,333 to fully fund 6,000 youth summer jobs and account for a pay adjustment of and to fully fund 1,500 youth year-round jobs, with the additional direction that $1 million be used for a partnership program between area high schools and colleges to create employment for low-income college students and academic support and employment opportunities for high school students, adding $1 million to the line item on the tax order.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Mr. Clerk, would you please read into the record the second part of that?
Partial override number 2, decrease BPD personnel services, line 51200 overtime, to increase YEE personnel services $2,303,333 to fully fund 6,000 youth summer jobs and account for a pay adjustment $1,373,333, and to fully fund 1,500 youth year-round jobs, $930,000, with the addition direction that $1 million to be used for a partnership program between area high schools and colleges to create employment for low-income college students and academic support and employment opportunities for high school students, adding $1 million to the line on the tax order.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Would anyone like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I would just like to make a request that we read override number 2 and override number 3 into the record together. I'm not trying to mess with our process, but I've heard a lot of feedback both from the administration and my colleagues, and I would like to make an amendment that is amicable and would help us get this passed today, and that it would impact both of them.
Thank you, Council Laura. So the request was to read the second part, which was read, and the third part together at the same time. Can we take a brief recess, please? We're back in session. Councilor Lara has moved to amend the recommendations on the floor to read for the overrides to this, for 2 and 3 together. Is there a second on reading them together? Second, okay. Is there any discussion on the matter, just on reading them together, not on the substance of it, just on reading them together? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. We will now consider partial overrides of 2 and 3 together.
Oh, wait, no, that's not for the vote.
We'll be in brief recess. back in session. We're back in session. A clarification. We're back in session. A clarification. Councilor Lara's motion is not to combine overrides 2 and 3, but just to have both of them before the body for discussion prior to individual votes. Is there a second? Second. Councilor Anderson, will you now introduce the overrides, the partial overrides of number 3?
Thank you, Council President Flynn. Partial override number 3, decrease BPD personnel services line 51200 overtime to increase YE contractual services to $4,606,666 to fully fund 6,000 youth summer jobs and account for a pay adjustment of $2,746,667 and to fully fund 1,500 youth year-round jobs, with the additional direction that $500,000 of the YE contractual services fund be used for experiential learning opportunities for youth and the rest to be used for a partnership program between area high schools and colleges to create employment for low-income college students and academic support and employment opportunities for high school students, adding $2,410,000 to the line on the tax order.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Now, Mr. Clerk, will you please read partial override 3 into the record?
Partial override number 3, decrease PFD personnel services line 51200 overtime to increase PPD, I'll start again. Partial override number 3, decrease PBD personnel services line 51200 overtime to increase YEE contractual services of $4,606,667 to fully fund 6,000 youth summer jobs and account for a payment adjustment $2,746,667 and to fully fund 1,500 youth year-round jobs, $1,860,000, with the additional direction that 500,000 of the YEE contractual services funds be used for experimental learning opportunities for youth and the rest to be used for a partnership program between area high schools and colleges to create employment for low-income college students and academic support and employment opportunities for high school students, adding $2,410,000 to the line on the tax order.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. It is now before the body and now open for discussion. The chair calls on Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I would like to move to amend the committee's recommended override 2 and make an additional motion to also override the committee's override 3. My intention is I can read both of them together, or I can read both of my amendments separately, and the city, Mr. Ron, your central staff has the amendment language that he will pass around to all of the councilors. The reason why I am filing for this amendment is because in our conversations, both with the council and with the administration, we have heard a number of concerns about where this money comes from and how we can fully fund the youth jobs. In the spirit of trying to make a good faith effort to make sure that we can get this done today, we want to make changes to where the money is coming from. You can see the language in the document in front of you, but my intention is to strike partial override altogether. and not remove any money from the Boston Police Department's overtime budget, and then make an amendment to, make a different amendment, a text amendment to partial override 3.
Thank you, Council Lara. Would anyone else like to have any discussion at this time? Okay. This motion would need to be second. Is there a second? We'll take a brief recess. Back in session. We're back in session. Councilor Lara has made a motion. There was a second. Now you have the written amendment to the chair's recommendation before you. At this time, Mr. Clerk, can you read it into the record?
Councilor Lara's motion to amend. A, striking out partial override number 2. B, in partial override number 3, striking out decrease BPD personnel services line 51,200 overtime 2, and adding the additional $2,410,000 will be offset by the following decrease overrides. BPD contractual services, $688,373, and BPD equipment, $1,700,000. So the revised partial override 3 reads as follows. Increase YEE contractual services, $4,606,667 to fully fund 6,000 youth summer jobs and account for a pay adjustment, $2,746,667, and to fully fund 1,500 youth year-round jobs, $1,860,000, with the additional direction that $500,000 of the YEE contractual services funds be used for experimental learning opportunities for youth, and the rest to be used for a partnership program between area high school and colleges to create employment for low-income college students and academic support and employment opportunities for high school students, adding $2,410,000 to the line on the tax order, restoring the council's $8,689,453. The additional $2,410,000 will be offset by the following decrease overrides. BPD contractual services, $688,373. BPD contractual services, $100,000. And BPD equipment, $1,700,000.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The floor is now open for discussion on replacing the chair's recommendation, overrides 2 and 3. At this time, I'd like to recognize Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn, and my apologies to my council colleagues for the absolute mayhem that I have caused. I hope that the people in my district and the people who will benefit from this budget amendment, see that the fight is worth it. I'm rising because we had a typo in the amendment, and we have handed it to the new one to Alex, and Ron has the other one. So. Yeah, there's just, Ron has it for you. I think he is signaling what the change is. So my question for you, President Flynn, is does Alex need to read the new version into the...
I have the new version.
Do you want to read it into the record?
I just read it.
Okay, perfect.
Yep. Oh, sorry, excuse me, 1 second.
Yes.
There's a change.
Yeah.
I thought that was the new version.
Thank you, there you go.
Okay.
Is this...
Yeah, at this time, right? Mr. Clerk, will you please read that into the record, please?
Okay, this is the motion to amend as filed by Councilor Lara. Hereby amending A, striking out partial override number 2, B, in partial override number 3, striking out decrease BPD personnel services, line 51,200 overtime, 2, and adding the additional $2,410,000 will be offset by the following decrease overrides. BPD contractual services, $688,373. $1,373. BPD contractual services, $100,000. And BPD equipment, $1,700,000.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes Council Lara. Council Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. This amendment is my attempt to find a good faith, it's just my good faith effort to find compromise on this issue. We have had extensive conversation with my colleagues in the administration, and although there is some disagreement, my colleagues in the administration have been very clear that they're unwilling to cut from the police overtime budget, and that currently, as it stands, they're also unwilling to cut the BPD personnel, or at least enough people are unwilling to do that would get this to pass. So we're trying to make a compromise here. One, by striking out partial override number 2, which means that we are not removing any money from the Boston Police Department's overtime budget, and instead of decreasing BPD personnel services, the additional $2.41 million will be offset by decreasing Boston Police Department contractual services and the Boston Police Department equipment, both that are representative of unused funds in the budget, similar to the conversation that we just had about the fire department. There's a big community need for this. My attempt to get this amendment fully funded is so that the budget is reflective of the commitments that were already made by the mayor to fund 6,000 summer jobs and 1,500 year-round jobs, and to try to get us closer to that number. This really is going to help us fund them, and I also think that it's going to restore the City Council's contractual services line item for YEE, so that the city does not have to build the capacity. There were a lot of concerns about us funding YEE personnel services and our ability through our infrastructure to really make sure that we send out all of these jobs. So this amendment is going straight to contractual, which means that we won't have to build any new infrastructure, but instead we will be granting the resources out to community-based organizations that have the capacity to hire young people and give them programming for their summer jobs. And it also gives contracts, which gives us the ability to give contracts to partners like ABCD and the private industry council. I think that we have made an incredible amount of compromise when it comes to this amendment. We were originally asking for $13.7 million. We brought it down to 6.7, and now are asking for even less than that to be cut from the police overtime budget. City Council, it's my belief that the City Council has a responsibility to be responsive to the needs of the people of the community, and this body has heard time and time again support, not only for cutting the Boston Police Department's budget, but for making sure that the resources in the mayor's budget are reflective, financially reflective at how much it's actually going to cost to make sure that that happens. I have brought with me 742 pages of emails that were received by this body in support of making this amendment. I think that every councilor here has a decision to make in terms of their vote and whether they're going to listen to the people of the city of Boston or special interest groups that we have that are supporting us. But ultimately, I really want to I want to name that I have heard every concern, and I have made every change, and I have answered every single question that has come to me from my colleagues here on the City Council to make this amendment something that we can all come to agreement on. And I urge my council colleagues to please make sure that we're fully funding these jobs, to take a stand in support of the young people of the city, and to see these compromises as what they are, which is a show of good faith to really try to make sure that we're serving the people in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. We will now vote on whether... Oh, yeah. Okay. Does anyone now wish to further discuss this motion? The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. So I'm a strong supporter of youth opportunities and supporting our young adults in every way we can. But I do not believe it's reasonable to take money out of the Boston Police budget in order to fund the expansion of the YEE department. I got here early this morning, and at 10 o'clock, I was calling, and I found out at 10 o'clock is when the youth employment office opened, because I called and wanted to find out how many summer jobs were not yet filled. So Success Link, which is our summer youth employment, began the hiring process on March 18th, and it closed on May 29th. Yet, of the 6,000 jobs offered, which is 1,000 more than we had last year, only 2,800 have been filled, and people already started working this week. So less than half of the youth jobs through YEE are presently filled and work has started. Yet we're asking for thousands of more jobs. These jobs, I believe, will continue to go vacant. And I also believe there's a much better way to utilize our taxpayers' money. I said it in our working session the other day, and I'll repeat it again, that instead of pushing our young adults to find temporary summer jobs through youth employment that may or may not align with their long-term goals, I believe myself as a counselor and an at-large counselor who represents all of the residents of Boston, that the city should be offering career entry-level positions. And we know, because many of us are getting calls from departments already, that we have these jobs available now. My office gets calls all the time from different departments that they have great jobs they're struggling to fill. For example, we know upstairs there are 45 vacancies in the BPTA. Departments like the Office of Black Male Advancement, the Office of LGBTQ, and the Office of Equity and Returning Citizens would greatly benefit from our support on reaching out to the residents in every neighborhood to ensure that they take advantage of these great career opportunities. I believe that our young adults can gain essential professional development skills while also earning a long-term, steady salary to provide for themselves and their families, not just temporary entry-level summer jobs. While I fully support YEE department and its beneficial impact on our youth, I do not believe it's viable to expand the department, especially at the expense of our public safety offices. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Murphy. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? We will now vote on whether to accept Council Lara's amendment to the Chair's override recommendation. Mr. Clerk, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Roll call vote on the motion filed by Councilor Lara. Councilor Arroyo?
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker?
No.
Councilor Baker, no. Councilor Bach?
No.
Councilor Bach, no. Councilor Braden?
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta?
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty?
No.
Councilor Flaherty, no. Councilor Flynn?
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Lara?
Yes.
Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiane?
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia?
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy?
No.
Councilor Murphy, no. And Councilor Worrell?
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Motion passed 8 in the affirmative and 5 in the negative.
Okay. We will now vote on whether to partially override the... Yeah, okay. We will now vote on whether to partially override number 3 as amended, as the amended recommendation. Mr. Clerk, can you read it into the record? Okay, okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
Just, Mr. President, sorry, I wanted to just, is it discussion now on the actual motion that's now been approved?
The motion just passed.
Right, but now the
Discussion on partial
That's what
override
I'm
3.
asking. Yeah, as amended.
Yes.
Yes.
A-
Yeah.
As amended.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say on partial override 3 as amended, I want us to have all the youth jobs we possibly can and have pushed for this to increase, have also done a lot of work to try to figure out how to get more YE jobs to actually be filled, to Councilor Murphy's point, including with this shift over to contractual services. I just think that given the fact that not only are we talking about a lot of vacancies right now, but also there's a proposal embedded in this amendment to create a new program, which again is something that I think I'm excited about, but that I don't expect to be able to get pulled together within like the first few months of this year. And I know that what the administration communicated to us with their veto of this was that they thought that they already had all the money that they could use to do this in this calendar year. And so for me, I'm gonna be supporting their position that this item's already fully funded, and so I'll be voting no. Thank you.
And then we'll have a discussion. Okay. Because it was revised, I'm going to ask the clerk if he could read it into the record, please.
This is a revised partial override number 3, increase YEE contractual services, $4,606,667 to fully fund 6,000 youth summer jobs and account for a pay adjustment of $2,746,667 and to fully fund 1,500 youth year-round jobs, $1,860,000, with the additional direction that $500,000 of the YEE contractual services funds be used for experimental learning opportunities for youth, and the rest to be used for a partnership program between area high schools and colleges to create employment for low-income college students and academic support and employment opportunities for high school students, adding $2,410,000 to the line on the tax order, restoring the council's $8,689,453. The additional $2,410,000 will be offset by the following decrease overrides. BPD contractual services, $688,373. BPD contractual services, $100,000, and BPD equipment, $1,700,000.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We are now going to vote on whether...
Wait, they have a discussion.
Oh, yeah. It's open to discussion. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Speak up. And even though we both agree that I've been good all day, this is an opportunity for me to step out of that goodness and to really talk about what is at stake here and what it is that we have been charged to do. In 2020, I stood here as a first-term counselor, really taking the lead from the people who put me in this office to fight for them, and was devastated by the missed opportunity that we had to fight for young people, to fight for the things that we know are going to impact our community. And I feel like I'm having that moment here again, right? 2 years later, here we are, now with the power to really move the needle and to really respond to the call of action that we've been asked to do. And it is really challenging for me to go through this process, recognizing that we continue to ask people to wait. And we keep pointing to the fact that the administration hasn't been able to get it together, and therefore we have to question whether or not this is the right time to invest. I'm very hopeful. We have a new administration, right? We have a new administration. We have folks who are deeply committed, and we have a mayor who is committed to doing this work, and all we need to do is get those dollars so that we can get to work. And so I think, and I'm going to encourage my colleagues as they continue to go through this process, is to continue to remind ourselves that we are representing the city as a whole, whether we're district councilors or not. We have a responsibility to the entire city of Boston. And more importantly, we have an opportunity to reflect the values that we say we ran on. We have a room full of young people who are in this chamber right now. This is our opportunity to get politics out of the way and do the work that this moment requires us to do. And so I'm here for it, and I'm hoping that my colleagues will join me. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Mejia. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Yep. We are now going to vote on whether to partially override number 3 in the amended recommendation. We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll?
Roll call vote on the revised partial override number 3. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker. No. Councilor Baker, no. Councilor Bach.
No.
Councilor Bach, no. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
No.
Councilor Flaherty, no. Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Louisiane. Councilor Louisiane, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, no. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Revised partial override number 3 has passed. No, excuse me. This was the override vote, so it needs 2/3, so it received only 8 votes in the affirmative. It does not pass.
We will now vote. We will now vote on the
On the budget.
This one, yeah. Definitely. Okay. We will now vote on the partially override as initially recommended by the chair. So we'll do the first one, the first partial override number 1.
No, we already did that.
Yeah, we'll take a brief recess. We're back in session. The partial override number 1 has been passed. Docket 0762, 0763 have been overridden in part. This constitutes approval of the FY23 city budget. 07, okay, Mr. Clerk, then we're on 05, right? Oh, yeah. This constitutes approval of the FY23 city budget. On docket 76, on docket 0762, 0762 and on docket 0763.
Okay.
Oh, 0503. Mr. Clerk, we're on to docket 0503. We're on to docket 0503 and docket 0504 together.
She has a question.
Council Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
I don't agree to the resolution first.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
You're right.
At this time, we have, since we have so many guests here, we do have two dockets that we're going to take out of order because we do have a lot of guests here. Just give me a minute to get those. One is docket 0816 and docket 0819. Mr. Clerk, can you read docket 0816, which we are taking out of order at this time?
Docket number 0816, Councilor Fernandez Anderson offered the following. Resolution recognizing July 5th as Dia de Caboverdianos na Boston, also known as Boston Cabo Verdeans Day.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Clerk. That was a good try. I would like to first recognize, and I'm not sure if she's here with us, but State Rep Liz Miranda, my fellow Caboverdiana sister, State Rep Liz Miranda, for her amazing work, for being a strong woman who stands in her truth and fearlessly fight on behalf of the people of the Fifth Suffolk. Also, I would like to also recognize my Caboverdiano brother, Paulo Amado de Barros, Executive Director of Cape Verdean Association of Boston, for his fierce community leadership and advocacy for the Cape Verdean community always. Gens, Januchiga Naara. You guys know I'm going to say this in Creole. My name, Nyanami Tanya Fernandes Anderson. E hora que papi ali na aquele chamberlain tem que jogar para frente, então eu te desculpam que minha pasta está apanhosa, okay? Manta tenta. Is it okay if I turn to the public?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. E da tenta fala mais ou menos espanhol, bem? Hoje bem, já enviou uma resolução para reconhecer dia 5 de julho, Dia de Caboverdianos. Meu nome é Tânia Fernandes Anderson. Meu nome é Tânia Freire Fernandes. Mas como em casa, com um caboverdiano que é metade americano, meu nome é Tânia Fernandes Anderson. Bem, e na minha marca com 10 anos, e eu morava lá no projeto, lá na Roxbury. Quando chega, nunca tinha cartinha. E trabalho com 13 anos, junta dinheiro, e manda minha mãe cá ver e vai buscar meus irmãos. Se me quando eu venho para trás, é que consigo ir no cartinha, fica naquele país, 19 anos, sem documento. Depois, luta, trabalho no Cheucau, e pessoas na comunidade caboverdiana, cima Paulo Barros, Judão, sua irmã Rosalina Barros e José Barros, que encontram na comunidade. Judão, eu tenho uma escola, paga, trabalho, cima não estou sem documento, depois um colégio, paga cunha dinheiro. Para morar aqui no mercado, nunca tem aquela possibilidade, nunca tem, eu de nós nunca tem aquela possibilidade, também nunca sabe pedir ajuda. Nós aprendemos só um bocadinho de história de mim, para nós entender a minha quenha e para nós poder conectar com nós, para nós entender nossa experiência na merda.
A mim é cabo-verdiana, crioula pura. Larifazenda. Praia, Cabo Verde. Praia Santiago, Cabo Verde. A minha badia, macavadia. A mim, em temperachado, mas de qualquer maneira que nós estamos, ou que esta flava, que os portugueses está flava. Nós, cabo-verdianos, não sabemos aquele país ali, não trabalha cansado, nós é limpo, nós é puro, não tem coração grande, não jura por alguém, não luta com o companheiro ou no lugar de guerra. É importante para nos estabilizar nossa identificação ali na Meca. Pedimos tudo para nós ver ali hoje, para a cidade de Boston, para entender nós é quem é. Para morrer, tinha alguém, esse que sabe dar no valor, esse que sabe entender nós é quem é. Mas nós luta finca para luta nesse custano. A nós na América nunca está pedindo para nada. Não trabalha nem nunca está pedindo welfare, que assim é. Não está junto com o companheiro, mas no mês de une, para nos mostrar a cidade de Boston, mas nós estamos ali, e na nossa identificação, na nossa verdade, na nossa pureza, mas não merece serviços, mas não merece para conhecer, não merece respeito. Vocês entendem, mas nós estamos ali, 60 mil cabo-verdianos dentro de Boston. Tudo bem que no mês te ajuda, ninguém. Catarano, não só se alguém cima Paulo, alguém dentro de comunidade, alguém cima José. Então, meninos que estão ali, meninos, hoje é nosso dia de 5 de julho, cima Camila Cabral, a luta continua. Não ganha teu, não evolui teu, já não alcança teu, mas falta teu para não chegar ainda, ou não? Então, amanhã, não começa, não continua a luta, não está ali para representar nós, não está ali junto com nós, na sangue, na coração, dentro daquela cidade ali, naquele chamber ali, a meio de nós. Então, hoje, nós sabemos perigentes para reconhecer dia 5 de julho como dia de cabo-verdianos, Cabo Verdean Day. Dia de cabo-verdianos, nós falamos depois de mim, dia de cabo-verdianos. Então, para vir, então, na igreja.
I happily rise to offer this resolution to recognizing July 5th as Dia de Cabo Verdeanos na Boston, also known as Boston Cabo Verdeans Day. On July 5th, 1975, after years of struggling against Portuguese colonialism by Amilcar Cabral, Titina Sila, and many others, Cabo Verde became an independent nation with Aristides Pereira as president and Pedro Pires as prime minister. Cabo Verde was one of the several Western African nations that engaged in protracted struggle for its national liberation and independence, PAIGC. The leading organ of the struggle centered by Guinea-Bissau and Cabo Verde in their efforts. With an orientation of Pan-Africanism, anti-colonialism, and internationalism, they recognized that their enemy was just one element of the Western imperial project that acted to subjugate Africa and its peoples for centuries. Additionally, Boston is home to one of the largest Cabo Verdean communities in the country, with over 40,000, up to 60,000 even in Metro Boston, people of Cabo Verdean descent in the city alone. We have long roots in the area, having begun our journey to the area in the early 19th century, and some would say it goes back all the way to 17th centuries, in the New England whaling ships. This immigration largely stemmed from European misuse of the land, which led to periodic famine on the island. We would suffer famine every decade. The transatlantic slave trade left Cape Verde victim to piracy and therefore perpetuating famine every decade. We exercise a major influence in Boston and in several surrounding communities such as Brockton, New Bedford, Taunton, and parts of Rhode Island. Particularly in Boston, we exert a power presence with our people, our food, our art, our music, our labor, languages, and more. Therefore, considering our substantial presence and influence, I strongly believe that the city of Boston should formally recognize July 5th as Cabo Verdean Independence Day. And Mr. Clerk, I got excited and did not ask to add my co-sponsors. I would like to add Councilor Worrell and Councilor Frank Baker, please, who have been who represent districts where Cape Verdeans are largely live and have been strong advocates for the Cape Verdean community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Without not hearing any objection, Councilor Worrell, Councilor Baker are added. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, great job. You make your people proud. I'm proud to stand here with you, and thank you for allowing me to sign on with you. I do represent a lot of the people that are up there, and I stand with you and stand with the Cape Verdean community. Boston has been a place of welcoming, and if this welcomes your community, then let's do it. So I appreciate you adding me. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn, and thank you, Councilor Anderson, for always being a strong voice for the Cape Verdean community. I want to thank a lot of familiar faces in the crowd and recognize them. Paulo de Barros, Alvaro, Joa, Augusto, Flavio, Tony Lopes. Trying to see who else I see out there. But Chantal, our very own Chantal. Just wanted to say that I'm honored to serve and represent so many Cape Verdeans in the district. And one of my favorite quotes from a CV leader is, always bear in mind that people are not fighting for ideas, for things in anyone's head. They are fighting for material benefits to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. Happy Cape Verdean Independence Day.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I won't say this as eloquently as the sponsor, but I am standing to say I'd like to thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, for shedding light on the history of the Cabo Verde Nation and the Cabo Verde community right here in our city. As you said, Boston is one of the leading destinations of Cabo Verdeans who migrate to the United States, and as a result, they actively contribute to the economy, culture, and civic life of their new home here in Boston, especially in the neighborhoods of Roxbury, Dorchester, and Mattapan. And I proudly live in Dorchester with many neighbors. So therefore, I would like to acknowledge the 40,000 Cabo Verdeans in Boston, as well as my councilor colleague here today. And I do have to also say our wonderful Chantel here on the working closely with us by supporting the naming of July 5th as Boston Cabo Verdeans Day, a day of celebration for this deserving community. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Murphy. The chair recognizes Council Flaherty. Council Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please add my name. I rise to support my colleague and obviously Chantel, who we work very closely with, and Paolo, who does great work on behalf of the Cape Verdean community and the entire Cape Verdean community. Thank you for your great contributions to our city. It's a very great and thriving and contributing community for Boston. And I often say this, one of the greatest strengths of our city is its diversity, and the Cape Verdean community lends a big hand to that. So please add my name and look forward to having this adopted.
Thank you, Council Flaherty. The chair recognizes Council Eugene. Council Eugene, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank Chantal. Obrigada. But I would, of course, like to thank my councilor colleague and friend, Councilor Tanya Fernandez-Anderson, for introducing this resolution. I rise, as everyone has said, in great support of the Cape Verdean community. In high school, I was actually the vice president of the Cape Verdean Club. I'm Haitian, not Cape Verdean. But the Cape Verdean Club was the gathering ground for all the black students in our school at the time. And so I've always felt welcomed by the Cape Verdean community as black immigrants, similar to me as black parents who are black immigrants. So I thank you for being so welcoming. Obrigada. That's all I've really learned in all my years. Even when in Senegal, and when I lived in Senegal, I lived with the Cape Verdean family. So I feel family, even though I can't speak the language. And I didn't understand anything, basically, that Councilor Fernandez-Anderson said, but there is some similarities. I heard her say the struggle continues. And, so many of your parents or grandparents know the story about living through colonialism, because Cape Verde, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, Angola, all of these countries under Portugal, under Portugal's thumb, only realized independence recently. And so the stories about the struggle continuing are really real. Know that you have a partner in me as an at-large city councilor to work alongside Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, but also to work with all of you to continue in that struggle. So thank you and happy Independence Day.
Thank you, Council Eugene. The chair recognizes Council Mejia. Council Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. ¿Qué pasa? Just really wanted to just thank the chair, the sponsor of this. You will forever be the chair of everything for me, for your leadership. And, it warms my heart to know that we have somebody of Cape Verdean descent here representing on the city council, the first, okay? So you need to recognize. The first will not be the last, so I hope to see one of y'all stepping into that role soon as well. Just really quick, I used to work at Tom McCann's shoe store. I talk a lot about that in Phil's Corner. And everybody used to think I was Cape Verdean. And I used to say que yo soy de Fogo. Right? For some reason, everybody said I was from Fogo. I said, okay, I'm from Fogo. And one of the things that I learned how to say is boqui con pameya. Right? And that was because I used to sell shoes, but I had to sell you the socks because that's how I made my commission. But it was, I wanted to just really talk about the fact that when we come to this country, as an immigrant myself who came to this country, who had to learn how to speak English, I know how difficult it is for our parents and those who have come here to fight and to earn a living and to try to do better so that their children can have a better life. So I think about all of the Cape Verdeans, the older ones that have come to this country who have been humiliated, disregarded, disrespected, but continue to show up. And so it is that struggle and the fight that you have done, right, that make your children and their children go further than any of us could ever imagine. So feliz dia. I'm not even going to try to say that in Cape Verde, but I know that you're in my sangre. You're in my sangre, and congratulations. And please sign me on.
Would anyone else like to speak on this matter or add your name? The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Mr. President, I know I got excited. I did not ask for suspension and pass of this resolution. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Would anyone like to add their name? Please raise your hand, Mr. Clerk. Please add Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Bach, Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Lujan, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Murphy. Please add the chair. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, Worrell, Baker seek suspension of the rules in adoption of 0816. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The resolution has been adopted. We're going to also take another one out of order, which would be 0819. And then after we do this resolution, we'll stop for a minute for group photos. Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, please read docket 0819.
Docket number 0819, Councilor Louisiana offered the following. Resolution recognizing July 1st, 2022 as Somali Independence Day.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Lujan. Councilor Lujan, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I am here today to recognize Somalia Independence Day. I do it, and you know, I first want to start off by saying, again, I'm Haitian American. I am not Somalian, but I have an incredible staffer, Hodan Hashi, who is currently recording, doing her job as the Director of Communications, who asked me, you know, who is Somalian, and asked if we could recognize Somalian Independence Day, and I said, absolutely. I can't do the eloquence that Tanya Fananj, my colleague, Councilor Tanya Fananj Anderson was able to do for the Cape Verdean community, but all that means is that we're waiting for a Somalian city councilor to be able to be here, to be able to give that eloquence. So, as we know, the Somali Republic was formed on July 1st, 1960, as the unification of the Trust Territory of Italian Somaliland and British Somaliland, and that just similar to, we heard the story of Cape Verde, under Italian and British rule, and there's so many of your grandparents who can tell the story of what it was like to live under that colonialism and that oppression. And so I rise today to acknowledge the struggles of our forefathers and to say, as someone who is Haitian American, there's a lot of similarities in our communities as Black immigrants who are coming to Boston to find freedom, to find opportunity for ourselves and for our children. And so I thank you for the many contributions that the Somalian community has made to the city of Boston. There are so many people here who have welcomed me into the community, and I just want to name some of them. Of course, Saeed Abdul Karim. He is not here. He was here earlier. He was also a candidate running for at-large. And during the campaign, he taught me that Haiti was actually one of the first countries to vote to recognize Somalia as an independent nation before the United Nations. So there's a lot of history of us standing up and standing together in solidarity with each other. So I just want to thank, of course, Diko Jabril, who's here, Sophia Ayan Abdi, Mahdi, who is here. Hi, Mahdi. And Abdul Yassin. I know there were other leaders here, too. I apologize if I didn't get your name. But thank you so much. Happy Somali Independence Day. Somalia Ha Nulata. Oh, and I'm sorry, Mr. President. I also got excited and forgot to ask to add my colleagues. I would like to ask to add suspend and I would like to add my colleagues, Councilor Tanya Fananj Anderson and Councilor Aaron Murphy. And I would like to suspend and pass as well. Thank you.
Hearing no objections, Councilor Fernandez Anderson and Councilor Murphy are so added. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the lead sponsor, Councilor Lujan, so much for doing this. I always say to Hodan that she is my new daughter, and I've officially adopted her, and I'm so excited for her. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I actually have a thing. I'm not trying to overdo it, but I actually have a thing. So I would like to recognize Mahdi, Saeed Abdul Karim, Diko, Jabril, and of course, Denise Criala. I didn't forget you. Thank you so much for your service in City Hall. But I wanted to say something in Somali, and you guys, of course, can correct me. Kuzo Dawada City Hall. Farhad ay tahay in ayan manta la kulmay jaliada Somali Rie Boston.
Thank you.
Waakala Farhad iyan aniga iyo Rudzi Diwan Galinay in July 1st. Laga akun Sado Magalada Boston ine tahay maalinta Somalia huriyada kaadatay. When did I learn that, right? Google Translate. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, my brothers and sisters. Somali, I love you guys for the sambusa, but I love you guys for the culture. I love you guys for making me so your dra. I love everything about you guys for your open heart and everything that you do. I would like to first recognize sincerely Saeed Abdul Karim, who's been tremendous, fierce leader in our community, in our Somalian community. And as you know, as Muslims, we are one, brothers and sisters, and I appreciate you and love you. I'm happy to co-sponsor this offer alongside my sister in service, Louisiane, and Council Louisiane. Somalia has been the longest coastline on the African mainland. The country has a population of around 15 million people, with 2 million people in capital of Mogadishu. They are a proud and resilient people, and despite years of famine, piracy, foreign invasion, and war, they have persisted in living lives with dignity. Somali represent one of the fastest growing African immigrant communities in Boston, with total numbers approaching 10,000 now in the city. They have made rich contributions to our city, particularly D7. So this resolution is dear to my heart as both an African woman and as a councilor of your district. The Somali community has given much to our city, from the work, the Somalian Development Center, in their contributions in the realm of spirituality, scholarship, cuisine, and more. Their hard work has benefited the community via small businesses and restaurants that have opened in recent years, and it has been my personal pleasure to partake in various establishments under their ownership. Additionally, their contribution to local Islamic and other spiritual practices has been beneficial to our various faith communities that around in D7 and throughout the city. Because of this, I reiterate my happiness at co-sponsoring this offer. Happy Independence Day.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, President, Council President. So I want to thank the lead sponsor, Councilor Louisiane, for adding me to this and enlightening the council on the Somali community here in City Hall and in Boston. And I do have to say, Saeed was the first at-large candidate I met on the campaign trail last year. And nobody worked harder than him. And he also lifted the conversation when we were at community events, when we were at forums, and I will be forever grateful to him for lifting that conversation and reminding myself and others, I hope also, why we work so hard to get here into City Hall. And he knows, and I want you all to know that I am an ally and someone who supports all of you. And as it was mentioned, there are about 10,000 Somalis in Massachusetts, with roughly 8,000 or 80% of them residing right here in Boston. Roxbury and Charlestown are home to the largest concentrations, with smaller communities in Dorchester, Jamaica Plain, and East Boston. The Somali community contributes to our local economy and workforce, and their culture diversifies our city, showing us new rituals, food, stories, art, and of course, knowledge. And like many other immigrant groups, Boston is and will continue to be a safe haven for the Somali community, a place for them to shelter in peace and not live in fear. So I would like to support our 8,000 Somali citizens and Councilor Louis-Jean in recognizing and celebrating the history and culture of Somali Americans on July 1st as Somali Independence Day. So happy Independence Day.
Thank you, Council Murphy. The chair recognizes Council Flaherty. Council Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please add my name to a great community. As you know, we've got a great, thriving Somali community in our own neighborhood in South Boston, but my introduction to this community was many years ago when I first started here on the council. A gentleman by the name of Ahmed, who was working at City Hall, introduced me to MASH. And I think actually one of probably the only people in here that got his shoes lost at the mosque. But it was a Somali community. It was a Somali community that came to my rescue, went across the street to Dudley and picked me up a pair of penny loafers so I could get through the day. So, it's again a great thriving community, a community that it's been a two-way street. I enjoy tremendous and long-term relationships with, and this is a very fitting honor. And look forward to celebrating this great occasion with all of you. So, look forward to the suspension and adoption. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the Somali community.
Thank you, Council Flaherty. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have to say this is the best break that we've gotten because we get to celebrate and be in deep community with people. So I'm so glad that we're celebrating so many different groups that make up our city, but not only just make it up, but lead it, right? Like we have to recognize that when we think about the city of Boston, we think about the diversity, but no diversity is richer than the one that teaches you the most, and oftentimes about yourself. And I have to say that in my own journey, working in the education space, it was as part of the ELL task force that I really got to know the Somali community and some of the issues that were emerging in that space. And so wanted to just thank the community for educating me on how I show up sometimes and how I need to show up in some spaces. And I just wanted to say congratulations on your day, not just this day, but every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn, and thank you to Councilor Louis-Jean for leading this and bringing this to our City Council. I stand in support today for the resolution to recognize Somali Independence Day. I also want to recognize Saeed, who's not here with us, and Diko Jibril, who's a fierce advocate in our community for the Somali community. I'd also like to present a citation to, I believe he's not here, but Imam Mohammed Yusuf Sarit for his outstanding work in the Somalian community. And Somalians contribute to our city socially, culturally, politically, and it's important that we continue to celebrate their culture. So I'd love to present this citation.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. Would anyone like to add their name? Please raise your hand, Mr. Clerk. Please add Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Baker, Councilor Bach, Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Lara, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Worrell. Please add the chair. Councilor Louis-Jean, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, and Councilor Murphy seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket 0819. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. It is passed. At this time, I would like to coordinate for a quick photo from one group and then from the other group. We're in brief recess. We're in brief recess.
that I can wear every day.
Mr. Clerk.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna. Yeah, we should talk. We should talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We're back in session. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 0503, 0504 together, please.
Docket number 0503, message in order authorizing the city of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $349,500,000 in the form of a grant. Awarded by the United States Department of Treasury to be administered by the City of Boston's Chief Financial Officer, Collector Treasurer. This grant payment is made from the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund in the Treasury of the United States, established by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, also known as ARPA. Pursuant to the requirements of the ARPA, the grant payment would fund COVID-19 response and recovery efforts and accelerate a Green New Deal for Boston through once-in-a-generation transformative investments that address the systemic health and economic challenges in the areas of affordable housing, economic opportunity and inclusion, behavioral health, climate and mobility, arts and culture, and early childhood. Docket number 0504, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $40 million in the form of a grant awarded by the United States Department of the Treasury to be administered by the City of Boston's Chief Financial Officer, Collector Treasurer. This grant payment is made from the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, CLFRF, in the Treasury of the United States, established by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, ARPA. Pursuant to the requirements of ARPA, the grant payment would fund provisions of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue of such state, territory, or tribal government due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year of the state, territory, or tribal government prior to the emergency.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Block, Chair of the Committee on Boston's COVID-19 Recovery. Councilor Block, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I'm going to speak to these dockets in reverse order just because 504 is a little bit simpler. 504 is a docket. The American Rescue Plan Act makes provision for local governments that receive this funding directly, as Boston did, to use some of it to just replace government revenues in places where revenues went down because of the pandemic. In Boston, that happened in particular in our departmental revenues and things like hotel, excise taxes, meals taxes, et cetera. There was also a series of deferral provisions for a lot of those. In the budget book that the city produced, there's a sort of documentation of the ways in which those resources are off where they would have been without the pandemic. And so related to that provision, the city, the mayor proposed this $40 million docket, which is actually there to balance on the revenue side the budget that we were just discussing and voting on. So it is an important docket to making sure that we actually meet the Commonwealth's obligation for the City of Boston to have a balanced budget for the fiscal year that starts in 2 days. And so because of that, I'm going to be moving it out of committee and recommending passage. And so I know we'll get to that vote in a moment. The other docket, 503, is the proposal from Mayor Wu for expenditure of the rest of the ARPA funds that were sent to the city as like general revenue. And it's for $349.5 million. And as folks know, it came in at the same time as the budget, and the investments that are focused in this docket have been the subject of a lot of conversation, both in the budget process, in which they came up again and again as, oh, well, we're not doing that on budget, but we're able to do that on ARPA, et cetera. And then within our committee, we've had 8 hearings and 5 working sessions to hear from the public, my colleagues in the administration, on this proposal. The largest part of the proposal, 206 of the $349.5 million, is for housing, and then it's subdivided into a number of sub-dockets related to supportive housing, to home ownership, records $60 million investment in this docket, along with some other city funds in home ownership, creating housing on public land, something that's very near and dear to me, and just like a large number of things. And then another 150 is split between these categories of climate, arts and culture, economic inclusion, child care, a $15 million investment in really having the city lead a real renovation of our child care system with an eye to trying to drive better reimbursement rates and policies in the state, as the state takes that up in the coming session. And so a lot of good things in here. And as the council's held hearings on them, I think there's been a lot of things that have come to the fore that we've been talking about. At the same time, the feeling of the body, I think it's safe to say, was a sense of frustration that we had not had the opportunity as a council to formally talk about things that we'd like to do with this transformative money ahead of the proposal by the mayor's side to utilize all 349.5. And so there were a lot of great ideas that councilors were also bringing to the table that were not included in the proposal as filed. And so that's something that at our committee we've tried to make space for along the way. We in late April suggested that folks start filing dockets related to things that they'd like to see us talk about for ARPA. We co-noticed those dockets with a series of hearings on different topic areas. So, you know, a number of those were noticed and discussed. And then more recently, we also invited folks to file amendments and discuss those in recent working sessions. While doing that, I, as the chair, was also sort of talking to the administration about the question of whether the revenue support docket that they had kind of reserved for next fiscal year, so not the one that we're discussing that starts in 2 days, but the one a year from now, whether they really needed to be holding quite as much as they had proposed, not least because of sort of the trends when you look at how those departmental revenues and excise revenues have been recovering. I think that we're all super mindful of the fact that this recovery money is meant to be spent to help the people of Boston recover and to help the city recover in a more equitable way, and that the need is urgent. And so throughout this ARPA process, we've really been balancing the fact that the need is urgent and now, and all of these things are things that we should have spent money on yesterday, it feels like, and also, even though it's a lot of money, we've all spent it over 10 times in our head. And at the same time, because it's a once, in a generation kind of amount of money, we want to make sure that we're spending it well, and that that 10 years from now we'll be talking about the things that we achieved because of ARPA. And so basically the administration ultimately said that they were willing to put most of that money, that the 19.7 that they had saved for next year's revenue support, into collaboration with the council. And so there's a $17.7 million docket, which I'm not formally speaking to yet because it's a late file, so it will come, but I think folks have it on their desks already, which demonstrates their willingness to be collaborative with the council and include a huge number of council priorities in the city's ARPA proposal. Additionally, within the committee report, which I filed, there are a number of amendments to their proposal, which spell out $12.3 million worth of funds within the 349.5 that are going to be dedicated to specific council priorities that came up in the process that sort of aligned with the subject areas that they had already highlighted. And so the description of those changes for this docket is in the summary of legislation and amendments. It's on page 2 if people look at the committee report. But I'm just going to read them aloud so that people are aware. It will be within this docket dedicating at least $8 million in the category of affordable housing to creating a pathway to affordable homeownership for low and moderate income residents, including a new partnership with the Boston Housing Authority. Dedicating at least $1.1 million within the category of affordable housing to support a new pilot model in the style of rapid rehousing to help returning citizens secure housing opportunities. So that's another exciting new pilot. $100,000 to expand the Peace Institute's work in sort of emergency housing for families victims of violence. $1 million in here is for a study to figure out if there's somewhere to on the BHA's land in South Boston to site veterans housing. $1 million within the category of behavioral health to support further behavioral health capacity building and training for CBOs and city departments. $1 million for supporting the recovery of restaurants and bars in disadvantaged neighborhoods of the city, particularly focused on sort of folks who kind of missed the opportunities in a number of the programs that were available at the height of the pandemic. And then another million split between $350 in economic opportunity and inclusion and $650 in arts and culture to support investment in and activation of an arts corridor in Roxbury. Those things collectively add up to the 12.3 that is within this $349.5 million docket for council priorities. There's then, as I just mentioned, another $17.7 million folks have on their desk, and I'll speak to that when it's formally the right time, when it's the late file. But those two things collectively obviously add up to $30 million that reflect council priorities and integrating those into the proposal of how to use the remainder of ARPA. I just also want to draw folks' quick attention to, on the last page of the committee report, it says, additionally, the amended version of the order adds language to specify the shared intention to support both worker cooperatives and sustainable pay increases in the child care sector. Those are some of the kind of qualitative things that have come up in the discussion about this transformative $15 million investment in child care. And then just raising, worker standards and making sure that we've got good standards across the board in the areas that are being funded by the order. So that is the document before us. I know as chair that it's a hard thing to figure out how to take action on something that feels as momentous as this does. And I have definitely felt acutely the fact that it is both too momentous to do wrong and also too momentous to do slowly, because the reality is that the lion's share of the funding is proposed for housing. People know that I come out of the affordable housing world working for the BHA. Unfortunately, housing development, and especially building units, as for example, 45 million of the 60 million in the homeownership we'll be doing, takes time and has extended timelines, and this money all needs to be under contract by December 2024, which may seem soon, but is not on that type of timeline. And one of the things we heard was that the annual kind of RFP process that kicks out our housing resources and helps us let people know what's available usually hits in July. And so for me as chair, it's been a fine balance of trying to figure out how to make sure that counselors have real fingerprints on this, which I think in this $30 million we do, recognizing also a lot of alignment with the other things that the administration have proposed, and also making sure that we get these dollars out to our communities and to all the urgent needs in our communities, because we hear about those every day. I want to acknowledge, before I give up the floor to colleagues, that the administration ended up taking a firm position that they did not want to use ARPA dollars to fund nonprofit infrastructure projects, so infrastructure that's going to be owned by private nonprofit entities. Certainly as chair, that was not something that I had heard from them early in this process, and I think a number of counselors and organizations brought really meritorious proposals forward to us, and those are not ultimately included in this. Unlike the process that the public just was watching, the appropriation, accept and expend orders cannot be overridden by the council. So this is a place where we and the mayor have to reach a point of agreement and collaboration. And I think with these two dockets, not completely, but in large part, we're doing that today. And So I ask my colleagues to support passage of this. I'm grateful to the administration for filing the late supplemental order, and I'll also be moving passage of that later in the meeting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Bach. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just need some clarity, so before I vote on anything. Are you saying that you're going to talk about something else later? I'm just curious about, I know we spent a lot of time talking about very specific things, and for the record, I'd like to make sure that the things that we have agreed upon are read into the record and that there's some sort of agreement on some of the things that we've been pushing for, because there tends to be this, we didn't know that this was going to be the way it was when we were dealing with the interdepartmental conversation that the administration said now it's like the administration switched it up where we can't support nonprofits. So like all of these, changes, give people a sense of kind of pause. So I just need some clarity and to get on the record that the things that I'm going to be voting on include the things that we talked about and we fought for, and I just need some assurance around that. And where does that fall in this?
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. There's a question on the floor from Councilor Mejia. Councilor Bach, would you like to respond?
Yeah, Mr. President, I guess the question I have for you and the clerk is that if it were acceptable to take out of order the first late file matter and have it formally read into the record, I would be delighted to do that. The only reason that I wasn't able to do that is because of the order of our procedure in the meeting. So, I don't know if you...
I'm going to have both Frank let's continue with it. We'll do it after.
Sorry, Mr. President, can I also clarify, I received from the city messenger, the committee report of the late file. Do other people not have that at their table?
You don't have your...
Yeah, the $17.7 million docket. It's in the triple packet of late files.
No, I don't have any.
We'll take a brief recess.
Thank you, Mr.
The chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor, and then I'll go back to Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just now that I think everybody has both items, I just want to clarify one more time, because I know we discussed in the working session yesterday, when we were talking about those two columns, right, so maybe it's procedurally helpful to know, we're not allowed to amend the mayor's appropriation orders to be higher than the original number that was proposed. So the way that the 30 million is split is 12.3 of it is out of the 349.5 order, that's docket 503, and 17.7 is out of this new late filed supplemental ARPA order. So the various council priorities are split between those two things. So if you're looking for something, you may find it in the list that I just read into the record from 503, or you may find it stipulated in the 17.7 order. So just wanted to specify that for councilors, just to be clear that that's where everything is. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Bach. The chair recognizes Councilor Baker was next. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm still more than somewhat uncomfortable voting on this here today after the day we've had. Still not totally clear where a lot of things are going. I believe we could split this up into smaller buckets, whatever has a priority. If it's a housing priority, we could be passing 50 or 100 million today without a problem and be able to have this be a working sort of relationship here. With all that being said, I would like to offer an amendment to docket 503 by reducing on what the only way that I could identify it was on the Google document that came to me, which was line 20, mass and cast temporary low threshold shelter sites by 5 million, and adding 5 million in for the Dorchester Fieldhouse. Just to be clear, that low threshold housing, that 16 million, we've already given them at least 5 million now for the low threshold housing. I think the number is much higher than that, but what they agree to is 5 million. And also the temporary low threshold housing is something that community down there doesn't want. We talk about decentralization. This low threshold housing on Mass and Cass makes sure that issue that's going on down there is centralized down there for our entire lives. And just for clarity, 5 million coming off the 206 million in housing brings that down to 201 million. A little bit of math. We just approved 70 million earlier in this meeting, 70 million in grants from the feds for housing. So the 70 million plus the 201 million minus my 5 million, we're talking about $271 million here that can potentially go through here today. So I'm gonna, and you all have the amendment in front of you, pretty straightforward. 5 million from the low threshold housing down on Mass and Cass, and replace that with 5 million for the Dorchester Fieldhouse, which we all had a hearing on. I know the administration says they don't want to build infrastructure for nonprofits, but we'll just pound money into them that'll be gone. And we're talking about in 10 years, it's all going to be a distant memory. The only thing we're going to be able to look at is going to be this Fieldhouse. So I'm looking for a second on that, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Mr. Clerk, do you want to read it into the record first, or should we? Yeah, we're going to read it into the record.
Yep.
Mr. Clerk, please read that into the record.
Amendment of Councilor Frank Baker. Councilor Baker moves to amend docket 0503 by reducing amendment number 20, mass gas temporary low threshold shelter sites by $5 million, and adding $5 million for the Dorchester Fieldhouse.
Is there a second? There is a second. Council Flaherty seconded.
Mr. President, based on the people that aren't in the room here, I mean, should we wait till people come back in the room for this vote, or? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, we'll wait for them.
Your call.
We'll take a brief recess. Back in session. Please take your seats, everybody. Please take your seats, everybody. The motion is properly before the body, and it has been seconded. At this time, would anyone like to speak on this matter? Okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Bork. Councilor Bork, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. If I could get city funding through the ARPA process to Councilor Baker's field house, I would. I chaired the hearing that many folks attended. I thought it was compelling. I think despite the disagreement between people about the history of how the field house land was transferred or whatever, that there's a really credible vision there. And personally, as a private citizen, I hope to find opportunities to support it. I have received the clearest communication, including a formal letter, which I read to the council on Monday, that the mayor is not willing to support nonprofit infrastructure, including the field house. If this amendment goes on the 349.5 docket, then that docket will be vetoed by the mayor, and also the mayor will not be signing the 17.7 supplemental. If I sound tired, it's not actually because of the length of this meeting, it's because I've only slept between 1 and 5 in the morning the last 2 nights trying to get everybody's stuff into these combined dockets. If people want to go back to the drawing board, and I understand that from Councilor Baker's perspective it makes sense, both because this item's not in it and because he doesn't think we should be moving this money all at once anyways. If folks agree, fine. But I think people need to be aware of what that amendment vote is, and I also think, and I say this with due respect and affection for my colleague here, that there is a difference between supporting the field house and backing an amendment for the field house that is effectively a poison pill to the effort to try to achieve council and mayoral collaboration on ARPA. So that's where I am as the chair, and I'll be voting in opposition to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Bork. The chair recognizes Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
I don't understand poison pill here. So if my 5 million gets in, it automatically gets vetoed from across the hall for no reason other than it's mine. So what am I supposed to? People ask me to withdraw this here? You know, I've been disrespected through this thing here. In my opinion, a letter is read into the record, an informal record, because they say we can't build stuff with ARPA money. You can't build stuff with ARPA money? It's all going to be contracts? Not right. Not fair. I don't see us doing enough for our kids, for our teens, for people to get healthy after this pandemic. This is going to do that. There's 3 housing developments right around it. What are you waiting for, Mayor Wu? What are you waiting for? Veto it. I want to go put it over there and have her veto it. That's what I want. Veto the 350 because you're too stuck up. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. We're going to take a brief recess. We're back in session. Okay. We're back in session. The chair, at this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to withdraw the current motion and replace with new language, please. And Alex has a new language.
Councilor Baker is seeking to withdraw the previous amendment, previous motion. He also provided another motion that everyone should have now on their desk. Mr. Clerk, will you read that into the record, please?
Motion of Councilor Frank Baker. Councilor Baker moves to amend docket 0503 by reducing the Mayor's Office of Housing by $5 million and adding $5 million for the Dorchester Field House.
The chair recognizes Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if this passes with this amendment in here, we would have still, as a body, passed $271 million that will go towards housing just today. That's with my $5 million amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Any discussion on this matter from my colleagues?
Do we need a second on new language? Sorry. Yes. We need a second on new language.
A second on new language? Second is by Councilor Murphy. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just think it's important for those who are watching for us to get some clarity in terms of like kind of what is at play here. Because I keep hearing, if we do this, then this will happen, and if we don't do this, this will happen. So I need to have it really clearly laid out about what is at play and what is the impact of what is at play. Just so that we can all be clear. Because there's a lot of fear tactics, there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of you can do this and you can't do that. I need it all laid out, and I need the truth on the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. There's a question on the floor from Councilor Mejia on if we can explain the process a little bit. Can I call on the chair, Councilor Bach, if you're able to give us a little bit of background information that might be helpful to our colleagues?
Sure. I would just say I'm not a lawyer, and I think that the question on the table, like in terms of what's at stake, Councilor Mejia, depends a little bit on how you read Section 17D of the Charter. It appears. So, if Section 17D of the Charter applies, then it's possible for the mayor to receive this and to disapprove in part of the appropriation and approve the rest of it. So that would allow the council to indicate support for Councilor Baker's idea and then send it across the fifth floor and see what happens. If you don't read 17D as applying to this, and the reason that there's a question is because it's a question of whether this counts as enough of an appropriation or if it's an accept and expend because it's federal money, and I'm not legally able to answer that question. I think lawyers on both sides have been looking at that in the last 20 minutes. If 17D doesn't apply, then we're in the situation that I described a minute ago, which is that there's no way except to do in like a rejection in whole. So I think that's like there's just genuine uncertainty, but I think that our council, the council, is taking the position that that we could make this amendment from Councilor Baker, and that then the mayor's office would be able to, the mayor would be able to make any selective vetoes. I will say, I'm pretty confident that we haven't had any selective vetoing of appropriations in the time that I've been on the council. I don't know Councilor Flaherty, who would have a considerably longer record. So I would just say that this has not been a general practice, and to be honest, it's not really something that I love the idea of us bringing into practice, because I think as a council, we like the idea that when we vote for an appropriation, sort of we're voting for the whole package. And that the mayor then signs or doesn't sign the whole package, but I can't answer the question, and I don't think anyone on the floor is going to be able to definitively answer the legal question of the interpretation of 17D. But it's certainly possible that 17D applies here, and that therefore we could pass Councilor Baker's amendment, and then the mayor could make a decision on that, and the rest of the appropriation could go through. But I can't give you certainty. I'm not equipped to. Thank you, Mr. President.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments? The chair recognizes Councilor Baker at this time. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Yeah, so what was said to me, Councilor Mejia, sounded like a threat, was that if my $5 million got in there, the mayor across the hall was going to veto the 350. That doesn't seem like leadership to me. Because I get something in this $350 million. And to speak to this point over here, we're never going to have this opportunity ever again. So we're never going to have $350 million in front of us ever again. This is our only time right here. We're looking to pass it as quick as we possibly can. There's no rush to pass this here today. We could have cut this up into $100 million in housing, $50 million in this, and we're dumping money into nonprofits all over the place. So I was threatened with this mayor gonna veto $350 million because I got $5 million in there. And now the discussion is, oh yeah, well, she'll be able to just veto it anyway. Should I feel happy today? Should I feel like I've been uplifted today? Should I feel like I'm part of this body or part of this city today? No. And this field house isn't for me. I'm not going to go there. This field house is for the kids that you all met here. You all met them. You all fell in love with them. That's who was on the board to make sure that they had what they wanted in the field house. That's why it cost $55 million. That's why we should be building this sort of infrastructure all around the city. Build this one here, and then you'll see what we need to build for infrastructure. Let's stop giving away contracts. $350 million basically in contracts, all out the door. We're not building any city infrastructure. We're not doing anything with it. That's a strong statement. We're not doing anything. We're doing plenty with it. But we're not going to be able to, like we say, look back in 10 years and look at the good we did. Nobody's going to remember anything. They don't pay attention to legislation. They don't pay attention to where money goes. They pay attention to good services. We're looking to give good services to Dorchester. 3 housing developments around it. All black and brown kids in an opportunity zone. What's your problem?
Thank you, Council Baker. The chair recognizes Council Lara. Council Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I just rise to share in both the chair and Councilor Baker's frustration about the process. I think that Councilor Baker did an incredible amount of work, held hearings where young people came and spoke to the council, gave similarly impassioned speeches about the impact that this field house was going to have in his neighborhood, and effectively moved a lot of the council that wasn't supportive of getting the field house to be supportive of the field house because of the incredible amount of work that he did. To get last minute word that the mayor wasn't going to be supporting that is incredibly frustrating, and so I share in that frustration in terms of the process. With that said, I do think that it's disingenuous to say that this is for the young people after Councilor Baker effectively just took a vote to help kill an amendment that was supposed to be for youth jobs. And so although I admire his spirit and I share his frustration with the process, we have had plenty of opportunities here to make sure that we're investing in young people, and Councilor Baker has not taken them. And so I think that stance is a little bit disingenuous. However, that is not the reason why I won't be supporting this amendment. I won't be supporting this amendment because as the chair of Housing and Community Development, I cannot make a case for removing $5 million from housing for the ARPA funds. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. We need all of this money. Low threshold housing is a proven evidence-based practice that's going to help people move through addiction and into permanent housing. And so I just want to say that I'm not going to be supporting adding this amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I have a question, which is mostly around the timing of ARPA. I know why we have a deadline for the city budget, because at a certain point it goes into a 112. I have a question about whether or not there's an urgency to pass this today when we still don't have, at least when I'm hearing concrete sort of legal analysis as to what this will do, or if this can get sort of put off till the next meeting when we can have a further analysis on this from Corporation Council, from our own council, and do that. I don't know if there's an urgency that I'm not aware of, which I'm happy to hear sort of the details too, as to why this has to go through today, when I think a lot of folks here are trying to figure out exactly what is happening from a legal standpoint. So I think that's for the chair.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Fair question. I don't have the answer to that, Councilor Arroyo. If any of my colleagues have any information on that might be helpful to the body. The chair recognizes Councilor Block.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. So on that, I mean, one of the reasons that we're moving this today is because of the fact that the council, sorry guys, I really am very tired. We're moving this today in part because, as mentioned, a huge amount of the money is housing, and there is a Mayor's Office of Housing annual RFP that goes out in July, and it's the way that they start the process of making housing funds available. And one of the reasons why the timeline of that is important, as opposed to just like, oh, it slips to August, et cetera, is because of the way that for affordable housing projects, like local funds line up with state funds and federal funds, and there's like a whole kind of cycle process. And if you miss a level, then you often have to wait a year because of how the timing's done. And so again, because the money has to be spent by 2024, like all the contracts have to be signed by then, has to be totally spent by 2026, but like you have to have obligated every dollar by 24. That was one of the things that precipitated the ask. I know there are also some specific things because counselors have reached out to me about particular council priorities where the urgent need is now. I do just also want to say, I totally feel the impassioned sense from Councilor Baker about the field house, but what I reject is the idea that the field house is the only real thing that we are talking about with the 349.5 and then the 17.7. I mean, we're talking about everything from the extension of the Green Jobs program that has just launched for us to, as I mentioned before, the creation of $45 million worth of home ownership units. The building of housing on public land actually adds a whole nother level from a time perspective to acquiring. Like, you have to go through the whole process, right, of RRFP and public process, et cetera, and then you try to spend the money to build housing. I just think, the childcare, I mean, to me, childcare is one of those things where there's, of course, something left at the end, because every kid who gets touched by an investment in childcare and every family where someone's able to hold a job because they were able to put their kid in affordable childcare or off-hours childcare, like Councilor Mejia championed in this package, that's all real. So I don't buy the idea that the field house is real and everything else is imaginary. And I just want to be really clear that the reason that we had to go to the mayor's office and ask them to reconsider making the ARPA funds that were being held for next year's budget available to the council was because, frankly, there were so many real things in the original proposal that there wasn't sufficient appetite to get rid of them. And so what we've added are more real priorities, which, again, I've just spent the last week hearing from all of you colleagues about the importance of. And so I just want to say there are an enormous number of things that when we talk about a Green New Deal and we talk about, transforming the city of Boston for the better after COVID, the things that people get excited about, they want to see them become real. And what it's going to take is the money to actually be appropriated and start getting spent. And, so I feel very strongly as well about the reality of the things in the appropriation today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Bog. Councilor Mejia, did you have your...
Yeah, so
the chair recognizes... The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. And let me just say before Councilor Mejia speaks, I can only have one person speaking at a time. And if you want to speak, raise your hand or hit the button, and I will call on you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I didn't realize my light was still on, but since you called on me, I'll use the time to just say something really quick. I think there's a lesson for us to learn in this entire process that I have come to see a reoccurring pattern. And for me, oftentimes I move on principle and process. And I think these two things, what I've continued to see is we have a lot to grow from and learn from as it relates to not just this conversation, just overall. So I'm just going to consider this as fits and starts, like we're all figuring things out and assume the best intentions, right, because it is what it is. But what is the most frustrating for me, and I'll just speak for myself, is the last minute switch ups and information that comes trickled down. And it seems like it just makes it really hard for us to make informed decisions when we don't have all of the facts in front of us. And I hope that we can all learn from this journey. And I still say that while I do appreciate the explanation, it doesn't, I'm still stuck on how we got here to begin with, but you don't have to go belabor the point. I just want to say for the record that it still feels to me that this whole entire journey, since we've entered this budgeting process, whether it be through the operating, whether it be through this, it just feels like the administration and the council, we've done our due diligence to find common ground. And it feels like sometimes when we get there, the things switch up at the last minute. And that's frustrating. And that's hard to build trust when you never know what you're walking into. So I just think as we continue to move forward in our journey here, that, you know, either I ask better questions so I can be better informed. So I'll take ownership for that. But then I think that there's some work that everybody needs to do, including the administration, so that we can be set up for success in the next go-round. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Mejia. The chair recognizes Council Flaherty. Council Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and obviously through the chair to the original question, there's no time sensitivity on it with respect to other than the RFPs that go out, and we do have up until, I think, the 24th, but through the chair, who I just want to state has done tremendous work on it. I've served in that capacity the last 2 years, and just to trying to herd and pull things together and deal with the different priorities and personalities, and also dealing with the administration. It's tough stuff, so she's done tremendous work. I believe, obviously, in the field house and the generations of young people and families that will serve, and I do believe that should be, I guess, serviced and funded and supported by ARPA funds. I think that's exactly what they're for, and getting to a position of having things be shovel ready, and to get those services, those support and wraparound services around kids and families is really what makes this job an exciting thing to do, when you can transform lives, children, families, neighborhoods. And so this field house speaks to that, and I think that was sort of the spirit and the intent behind ARPA. That said, through the chair to the original question, was the question, is it possible to table this, I guess is the question. And I think that is true, but I would also, as a courtesy through the chair through the president to the chair, given the time and effort that has gone into her work here, I just want to make sure that we're not disrespecting her in that process. But it is a fair ask. We meet again back here on July the 13th. There seems to be some concerns about this issue and some tension and uneasiness about whether you're supporting or you're not supporting, and what does it mean and what doesn't mean. And then the lawyers, I don't want to see Adam start doing the shifty swervy again. And clearly I want Christine, our attorney, in the room, frankly, just so that we're getting a full focus on it. But if this is a situation where we need to maybe get a legal interpretation, that's a good purpose of potentially for a table. Or if there's a push and pull of this, where as the legislative branch of city government, we do believe that the field house should be included in ARPA funding, and we need some additional time to convince folks that that's appropriate. Or if folks just, because we've been here now since noontime, if folks just want to kind of, vote your conscience. I'm for all that, but I think the initial question was, is it time sensitive? The question is no, but there are some RFP dates that through the presence of the chair need to be adhered to. But also the other question I thought I heard was, hey, can we table this? Which was not sort of answered, but I don't want to speak for you, Mr. President, or the chair, or the maker of the amendment. That's kind of not my space. You got a maker of an amendment that's been seconded. You as the president, obviously, and the chief parliamentarian here, and then we also have the chair of the committee, and then we actually have a legitimate ask from one of our colleagues. And so within that, sort of happy to just offer advice on it, but I want to defer it to the folks that have spent the time and have put the effort into this process.
Okay. Thank you, Council Flaherty, and it's a fair question. It's a fair question that Councilor Arroyo also brought up as well, is what is the time frame of this? There was a question from you, Council Flaherty, as to would Councilor Baker table this until we get more advice, we get a better opinion, we get more information from our central staff, also from legal counsel, probably at the mayor's office. That was the question I believe you asked, Councilor Flaherty, and Councilor Arroyo asked. I'm going to call on Councilor Baker, but before I do that, I would like to call on Councilor Bork if you want to address that, because I think you might have some information that might be helpful to the body.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I would say is, in terms of order of operations, I think that Councilor Baker has an active and seconded amendment on the docket that I've been speaking to. I think we need to take a vote on that docket. I think that if, depending on whether the amendment fails or passes, I could address the question of tabling, but I don't feel like I can address the question of tabling a docket where it's not clear yet what docket we're talking about. It's either the one that was originally proposed or the one modified as by Councilor Baker.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Block. I know I'm going to call on Councilor Baker, then I'm going to call on Councilor Arroyo after. Councilor Baker, you were next.
I have no appetite to withdraw this. I want to see a vote on this.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Councilor Arroyo?
That sort of answers the question. I was going to say if it was withdrawn, then that would open it up to the tabling, but it sounds like that's been answered, so.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. No further comments, no further questions. I'm sorry. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
I withdraw my question. It was answered.
Okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chair, are you able to answer about tabling this at all? I'm sorry.
I just wanted your permission.
Councilor Block?
Thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if Councilor Baker's amendment were to fail, then the docket would not face this legal question. So obviously, I would not be looking to table it. If Councilor Baker's amendment were to succeed, then the legal question would be on the table, and then, could consider tabling it. Might want to have further conversation in the body, but yes, that's why I said it matters, because if the amendment fails, then there wouldn't be a legal reason to table it for 2 weeks.
Thank you, Councilor Block. It's my understanding in talking to the clerk that the only way it could be tabled is if Councilor Baker agreed to table it.
His amendment, yeah.
Yep. Yes.
Want to answer that?
No.
You have the floor, Councilor Baker.
Yeah, I still, this doesn't get any better for me if this goes longer. This is my time right here. I want to see a vote on this. I've asked, we should have had some sort of expression of support on this. We had the hearing back in April. So people have known this for months. So if this goes 2 weeks or whatever, it doesn't get any better from me. $5 million doesn't get in there, $2 million doesn't get in there, nothing gets in there for me. So this is my time right here.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Councilor Coletta is next. Councilor Coletta, and then I'm going to cut it off and we're going to take a vote. Councilor Coletta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. Those that know me know that I loved prep and I love legal analysis, and so I would like to see a written response and interpretation from the mayor on Section 17D. It sounds like Councilor Baker does not want that to happen. So with the information that is in front of me and the urgency of the things that I have fought for, I love you, Frank. I'm going to vote no.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. We're going to take a vote. I think we've done enough discussing of the matter. We're going to take a vote. Mr. Clerk. We're taking a vote on Councilor Baker's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? We're going to, Mr. Clerk, will you take a roll call vote, please?
Roll call vote on amendment offered by Councilor Frank Baker. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Aye.
Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, no. Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, no. Councilor Coletta.
No.
Councilor Coletta, no. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara. No. Councilor Lara, no. Councilor Lujan. No. Councilor Lujan, no. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. amendment of Councilor Baker has passed 8 in affirmative and 5 in the negative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. So no docket.
We're on to,
Oh, we have to now amend docket 503. So that docket.
so what the chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this time, given the fact that my committee report has been amended, I am no longer seeking passage today. I'm asking to keep docket 503 in committee. And I just will note that I will also be seeking that the late file matter referred to earlier goes to the Committee on Boston's COVID-19 recovery. Thank you.
So, Councilor Bach, we're not taking action on 0503 at this time. Is that right, Mr. Clerk? Okay.
No,
So-
no, not 504 as well. 504, I'm still seeking passage.
0503, we'll be back in committee.
Yes.
Point of clarification, please, Mr. President.
Councilor Baker.
So, meaning when this comes back, my amendment's in there?
Yes.
The Councilor Baker has a question that I'd like to ask the clerk if he would respond to.
Well, since the committee report was amended, it will go back to committee and as amended to add the $5 million.
So it's in there?
Because it was voted 8-5.
Okay. The chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
I would still like to seek passage of docket 0504, seeing as was mentioned earlier, that's the $40 million that supports the budget that's already been passed and goes into effect on Friday.
Councilor Bach is seeking passage of 0504 in a new draft. All those in favor say aye.
No, sorry, Mr. President, not in a new draft.
In the original draft?
Yeah.
Councilor Bach is seeking passage of docket 0504. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Mr. Clerk, can you please take a roll call vote on docket 0504?
Roll call vote on docket 0504. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Aye.
Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara.
Yes.
Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0504 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're on to motions, orders, and resolutions at this time. Okay. Docket 0503 will be sent back to the committee along with the motion that was passed. We're on to motion orders and resolutions. Docket 0815 was withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, please read docket 0817.
Docket number 0817, Councilors Lara and Flynn offer the following. Resolution calling for the announcement of a public health crisis related to traffic safety and injuries and implementation of sound prevention policies.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The mic. There we go. I rise today to present this resolution alongside Councilor Flynn in the hopes that we'll be able to see the moment for what it is and meet it with the necessary systemic changes when it comes to road safety here in the city of Boston. In the U.S., motor vehicle crashes are one of the leading causes of death, and they are the leading cause of death for children and adolescents. The state of Massachusetts Department of Transportation's traffic-related fatality data shows that 408 people died in Massachusetts roads in 2021. These 408 deaths are a 19% spike from 2020 and represent more crash fatalities than any year since 2009. In Boston, EMS has already responded to 1,248 car crashes in just 2022, 157 of them which involved pedestrians. In 2016, Magali Santos Acevedo, my nephew's grandmother, was hit and killed by a truck in Eggleston Square while crossing the street. In 2019, Marilyn Wentworth, a lifelong West Roxbury resident, was struck and killed by a car on Center Street. Last year, on that same road, West Roxbury resident and City Hall employee James Erdy was hit and killed while riding his motorcycle on his way to work. The issue of traffic violence has real consequences, and although on their face, these are accidents, as a city, we have made systemic design and investment decisions that continue to put drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians at risk on our streets. I'm often reminded of these systemic failures when I encounter ghost bikes while on the road, and during my first 3 months as councilor, 2 pedestrians were struck by vehicles in as many weeks at the same intersection of Center Street and Hastings in West Roxbury. This is a public health emergency that requires planning and financial investment to correct. Mayor Wu has already made a commitment to road safety, and I urge this honorable body to do the same by passing this resolution. To that end, I hope to suspend the rules so that the City Council can take a vote today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. Chair now recognizes Council President Flynn.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo, and thank you, Councilor Lara, for asking me to be part of this, and appreciate the working relationship I've had with you, Councilor Lara, on this issue, and working with my colleagues as well on this issue. It's probably the issue I spent the most amount of time with since I came onto the council. One of the first hearings I had was with Councilor Baker on trying to reduce the speed limit from 25 to 20 miles an hour. And I reference that because going 25 miles an hour on a residential street, residential neighborhood in Boston is reckless. It's outrageous. There's no reason that anyone should be driving 25 miles through a residential street. Our streets are narrow. I live on a narrow street in South Boston called Gold Street, and cars are going up that street 40, 50 miles an hour, and there's children there, and there's elderly people there. And it's not just my street, it's the streets across the city of Boston. Many people know my parents, they're elderly, and they walk everywhere with their special needs grandson who stays with them several days a week. And even when they're walking up to the library in South Boston or to the supermarket on a Saturday, they'll be in the crosswalk, 2 elderly people and a special needs little boy, and cars will go speeding by them 40 miles an hour. And there's a complete disregard for elderly in crosswalks, for children with special needs. I see a lot of mothers and fathers taking their little kids to school as well, or to the playground, and people won't let them cross the street in cars. So I agree with Councilor Lara. This is a public health emergency. I've focused on this, as I mentioned, with Councilor Baker as well. And we also need to educate people about being respectful drivers and being considerate to others. We also need to do major infrastructure improvements that will address pedestrian safety issues throughout the city of Boston. Councilor Lara mentioned several people that were killed because of these accidents or crashes. I've had several in my neighborhood as well, including a young woman on the corner of Summer Street and Melcher Street a while back, and I had a young boy who was 5 years old, Colin McGrath, who was struck and killed on L Street. But it's an issue that we need to continue to focus on. We're never going to solve the issue. We're never going to solve the problem, but we have to stay on top of pedestrian safety related issues. And that's our job as city council is making sure that we provide the safest neighborhood for our children, for our families, but especially our seniors and persons with disabilities. Thank you, thank you, Councilor Royal, and thank you, Councilor Lara.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Seeing no one raise their hand, would anyone else like to add their name to this? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Baker, please add Councilor Bach, please add Councilor Braden, please add Councilor Anderson, please add Councilor Flaherty, please add Councilor Louis-Jen, please add Councilor Coletta, please add Councilor Mejia, please add Councilor Murphy, and please add my name. Councilors Lara and Flynn seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket 0817. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Docket 817 is so adopted. I believe, Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket 0818 into the record?
Docket number 0818, Councilor Flynn offered the following resolution recognizing June 27th as National PTSD Awareness Day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes Council President Flynn. Council President Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Royal. Councilor Royal, may I add Councilor Murphy as an original co-sponsor?
Councilor Murphy is so added.
Thank you, Councilor Royal. I wanted to discuss PTSD Awareness Day. It's something I do every year, recognizing National PTSD Day, but also June is PTSD Awareness Month as well. One of the reasons I focus on this issue is I do a lot of work in my neighborhood in South Boston on helping veterans and helping military families returning home from active duty. And I offer this because there are a lot of returning veterans that don't receive the care that they've earned, the medical care. They don't access the services. They don't seek assistance at times, and maybe it's also the VA doesn't provide the right resources to veterans and to military families. And the fastest growing group of veterans is women veterans. I had the opportunity to serve in the military for 24 years, and I understand and recognize the importance of the VA medical community in the services that they provided me, and they provided other returning veterans as well. I went to the Red Sox game with my wife the other day, and I was walking across the bridge there, and there was a sign. Since September 2001, there's 100,000 U.S. veterans that completed suicide from 2001 to the present, 100,000 veterans across the country. But what we're trying to do here today is provide as much services and care as we can to returning veterans and military families, making sure that they have the right services at the right time. I'd also like to highlight the incredible role the City of Boston Veterans Affairs Department plays under my friend Commissioner Rob Santiago. They do an excellent job there, reaching many veterans, but just want to say thank you to all of my colleagues and Mayor Wu as well for her support and for your support of veterans and military families across our city. Thank you, Council Roy.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. And thank you, President Flynn. So there are about 8 million people in the United States with PTSD, and most people who have this do not get the help they need. This is why I'm in full support of President Flynn's resolution to recognize June 27th as PTSD Awareness Day. Everyone with PTSD, whether they are veterans or civilian survivors of sexual assault, serious accidents, natural disasters, or other traumatic events, need to know that treatments genuinely do work and can lead to a better quality of life. PTSD Awareness Day is a time to talk about post-traumatic stress disorder, focusing on what is and urging people to seek help for themselves or someone they feel is suffering from it. So I do believe now more than ever, mental illnesses is at an all-time high, catalyzed by the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is crucial to spread awareness and help those struggling, especially those who do so silently. National PTSD Day aims to raise public awareness about the disorder and provide people affected by this access to the proper treatment. And as the Chair of Public Health and Mental Wellness, I am definitely in support of this and helping those who need the mental health supports they need to get them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. I support and thank you, Council President Flynn, for offering this resolution, as well as thank you, Councilor Murphy. So many people have served our country in the military and unfortunately have suffered PTSD because of what they experienced. We must educate ourselves as to what PTSD is and to always advocate that each and every one of our veterans get the health care that they need to assist them in living their best lives. All too often, we support the troops while a war is going on, but don't really want to think about those same folks once they return home and need housing and work, education, and health care. Therefore, I appreciate this offer by being aware of what PTSD is. We can better serve and acknowledge those who need resources and support that they so richly are entitled to. As you know, my son, his dad, and a host of my family members are actually in the Marines, in the Army, in the Navy. So I come from a family with a list of military men and women, and of course have worked in the behavioral health and mental health field and deeply and appreciate you offering this, President Flynn, and will vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Baker, please add Councilor Bach, please add Councilor Braden, please add Councilor Coletta, please add Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, please add Councilor Flaherty, please add Councilor Lara, please add Councilor Louis Jen, please add Councilor Mejia, please add Councilor Murphy, please add Councilor Worrell, and please add my name. Councilors Flynn and Murphy seek suspension of the rules and adoption of docket 0818. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0818 has been adopted. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, I think we're moving on to late files. Is that accurate? Which one is it? If we can move to personnel orders.
Docket number 0820, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Worrell.
Councilor Worrell seeks passage of, what's the number on the personnel order? 0820 on behalf, Councilor Flynn, Council President Flynn seeks passage of 0820 on behalf of Councilor Worrell. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Docket number 0821, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Worrell.
Councilor Flynn seeks passage of 0821 on behalf of Councilor Worrell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Docket number 0822, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Worrell.
Council President Flynn seeks passage of 0822 on behalf of Councilor Worrell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Docket number 0823, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Mejia.
Council President Flynn seeks passage of 0823 on behalf of Councilor Mejia. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Docket number 0824, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Mejia.
Council President Flynn seeks passage of 0824 on behalf of Councilor Mejia. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Docket number 0825, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Mejia.
Council President Flynn seeks passage of 0825 on behalf of Councilor Mejia. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Docket number 0826, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Mejia.
Council President Flynn seeks passage of 0826 on behalf of Councilor Mejia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Docket number 0827, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Arroyo.
Council President Flynn seeks back. Is it 0827? Is that yes? Council President Flynn seeks passage of 0827 on behalf of Councilor Arroyo. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Docket number 0828, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Louis Jen.
Council President Flynn seeks passage of 0828 on behalf of Councilor Louis Jen. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Docket number 0829, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Murphy.
Council President Flynn seeks passage of 0829 on behalf of Councilor Murphy. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Docket number 0830, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Murphy.
That was 8080?
0830.
0830, okay. Council President Flynn seeks passage of 0830 on behalf of Councilor Murphy. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Are we now on to green sheets? Or the consent agenda? Late file, sorry.
Late file. Losing it.
It's been a long day. Remember when we had to do those by roll call? Yeah. Well, I don't have a script. I'm just up here free flowing. You want to take it from here?
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you.
We're on to late files. I'm informed by the clerk that there are 7 late file matters. Well, okay, we'll get through them. We'll get through them, everybody. Excuse me. The late file matter includes
Personnel order.
a personnel order,
3 of them, 3 personnel.
3 of them, resolution from Councilor Bark and Braden.
The 17 million from the mayor for the ARPA funds and 2 letters from the mayor for 2 $4,000 grants.
The late file matter should be on everyone's desk.
Three personnel orders. And two grant letters from the mayor for 4,000. Okay.
There's also an ordinance from myself on personnel funds for the city council. Mr. Clerk, the late file should be on everyone's desk. Everybody has the late files on their desk. They're being passed out now by Attorney Goldberg. We'll do the personnel orders first.
First late file matter, personnel order, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Louis Jen.
Mr. Clerk, can you say that again? I didn't hear you.
This is the first personnel order from Councilor Flynn for Councilor Louis Jen.
The chair seeks suspension of the rules, passage of this late file. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed.
Second personnel late file for Councilor Flynn for Councilor Mejia.
The chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this late file. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed.
Third late file personnel order, Councilor Flynn for Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
The chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The docket is passed. Yeah, please continue, Mr. Clerk.
Fourth late file, a transmittal from the mayor. Dear councilors, I hereby transmit for your approval an order authorizing the city of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $17,700,000 in the form of a grant awarded by the United States Department of the Treasury to be administered by the city of Boston's chief financial officer, collector treasurer. This grant payment is made from the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery fund in the Treasury of the United States, established by Section 9901 of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
This is the one that's going to be referred to. I don't see it here. With the COVID-19. What document? This late file matter will be referred to the COVID-19 committee.
The fifth late file, another letter from the mayor. Dear councilors, I transmit herewith for your approval an order authorizing the City of Boston Transportation Department to accept and expend certain donated goods from Stop and Shop located at 301 Center Street, valued at $4,000. The donated goods will include water, snacks, and sponsored T-shirts. The donated goods will support the Jamaica Plain Open Streets event sponsored by the city on July 10th. I urge your body to pass this order as expeditiously as possible so that the city may accept the donated goods and expend them for the purpose for which they were donated. Sincerely, Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair moves for suspension of the rules, passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. This late file matter has passed.
Second request from the mayor. Dear councilors, transmit herewith for your approval an order authorizing the City of Boston Transportation Department to accept and expend certain donated funds from Whole Foods valued at $4,000. The donated goods will include water, snacks, and sponsored T-shirts from Whole Foods Supermarket located at 413 Center Street. The donated goods will support the Jamaica Plain Open Streets event sponsored by the City of Boston on July 10th. I urge your body to expeditiously approve this order so the city may accept the donated goods and expend them for the purpose for which they were donated.
The chair moves for suspension of the rules and passage of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This late file matter has passed.
Late file offered by Councilors Bach and Braden. Resolution affirming full abortion rights and reproductive equity in opposition to the Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade.
Councilor, the chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I'd like to suspend Rule 12 and add Councilor Lujan as an original co-sponsor.
Hearing no objection, Councilor Lujan is so ordered.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We obviously late filed this, and while I apologize for the late file, it comes from just sort of, I think, the building sense of despair and reaction to the Supreme Court decision that finally came on Friday, although we had seen it coming for a couple of months now. You know, it still feels like a gut punch. I'll just say that, in my opinion, you don't have any kind of freedom if you don't have bodily autonomy, if you don't control what you get to do with your own body. And I think, you know, for everyone capable of becoming pregnant, for all that is one of, like, you know, life's greatest joys, and results in many wonderful things, the decision just has to be the person's. And I think the idea that we're now living in a world in this country where you can't take that for granted anymore, and also where we are back in a place that, you know, we've been at in other really awful times in our country's history where people have one set of freedoms in one state and then can cross a state line and lose those freedoms. And sort of just like all of the scary dynamics that creates. It's very overwhelming, I think, for a lot of us. And we know that the negative impacts of limiting access to safe abortion disproportionately affect low-income individuals, people of color, transgender and non-binary people, survivors of child abuse, sexual assault, or domestic violence. And, you know, I think it's also pretty clear that this threat to human rights and to that autonomy and freedom that we rely on is not limited to this. Justice Clarence Thomas wrote that for future cases we should reconsider all of this court's substantive due process precedents, including Griswold, Lawrence, and Obergefell, which is, you know, we're talking there about right to contraception, right for our LGBTQ plus members of our community to be with and marry the people that they love. And I just think that when the state is reaching into these most intimate decisions that people make about their lives, is something that we all just have to stand up against. So I hope that we're going to move to protect these rights in the city of Boston and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And so the resolution that Councilors Braden and Lujan and I are offering today, I just want to read the resolution clauses because it is not simply a bunch of whereases. We say resolve that the Boston City Council affirms the right of all people to make medical decisions about their own bodies and to obtain access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care, including contraception and related services without obstacles. And be it further resolved that the Boston City Council affirms its commitment to obtaining reproductive justice, including equal access to affordable contraception, comprehensive sex education, freedom from sexual violence and surveillance, and accountability of systems to prevent reproductive human rights abuses for all. And be it further resolved that the Boston City Council condemns the Supreme Court majority opinion in Dobbs v. Jackson's Women's Health Organization and urges federal codification of full abortion rights and other affordable, safe, and accessible reproductive health care. And be it further resolved that the Boston City Council calls on the federal government to further codify the rights upheld by Griswold, Lawrence, and Obergefell, and calls upon the Massachusetts legislature to implement the recommendations of the Beyond Roe Coalition. And Mr. President, after my sponsors have the opportunity to speak, we are seeking suspension and passage today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Bach. The chair recognizes Councilor Lujan. Councilor Lujan, you have the floor. Oh, Councilor Braden. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a very long day, but I think this is a very, very important resolution that we're going to vote on. The decision by the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade is an outrageous attack on reproductive health care that is going to set us back by decades. And it's really a demonstration of a conservative movement's commitment to willfully disregard legal precedent and legislate from the bench when it does so, which is doing to achieve their particular needs without taking into consideration the consequences from so many people. The negative impacts of limiting access to safe abortion, as Councillor Bach has already mentioned, disproportionately affect low-income individuals, people of colour, transgender and non-binary people, and survivors of sex abuse, sexual assault or domestic violence. Sexual and reproductive rights include safe and legal abortions, constitute a fundamental right, and the criminalisation and delay and denial of access to safe and legal abortion care constitutes a form of violence against those who seek contraceptive and reproductive care. As many of you may know, it's also got it puts our healthcare professionals in a very, very difficult position when they're faced with a situation where a woman turns up in an emergency room in having a miscarriage and they're not able to help complete that miscarriage in a safe and responsible way. There was an incredibly sad case in Ireland in the last few years that actually prompted the folks in Ireland to change the constitution in Ireland to allow abortion, in which a mother who was a pregnant woman who was having a miscarriage, the healthcare professionals, their hands were tied and they were not able to assist with having an abortion to save the woman's life because of their laws. And that incredibly tragic situation prompted a change, a vote by the Irish people and a change in the Irish constitution to legalise abortion. We don't want to see a return to the bad old days when people relied on backstreet abortions and unsafe practices that led to the death of many, many women and pregnant people. At the federal level, things are going to get worse before they get better, and at the state level, our work is far from over. We must affirm the right of people to make decisions about their own bodies and obtain access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care, including contraception and related services without obstacles. This means funding abortion access and amplifying calls to support abortion funds, as well as protecting people who seek and provide care. But it is more important now than ever that we support critical organisations such as Reproductive Equity Now, Eastern Massachusetts Abortion Fund, Planned Parenthood League of Massachusetts, as well as supporting Massachusetts Beyond the Road Coalition and their plans to expand abortion access and protections in the state. It's a very sad day indeed, and we hope that we can do whatever we can to support comprehensive reproductive health care for all who seek it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. The chair recognizes Councillor Lujan. Councillor Lujan, you have the floor.
Thank you to the makers, Councillors Bach and Councillors Braden, for adding me. I won't be long. This was, I share the rage, anger, sadness that a lot of folks felt this was a judicial coup that was really well planned by a really well-organized conservative movement that we have to fight against. We can start that by continuing to support the work of women, of Black folks, of birthing people around the country who have been organizing around this work, especially in the Deep South. Donationsforabortion.com has a list of abortion funds in every state and how we can support. There are things that we can do here. Obviously, the governor took a really great step, but there's work that we can do on the local level. The Boston Public Health Commission has the ability and does regulate the provision of abortions. And so something that I've talked to Councilor Meehy about is making sure that those regulations also do the work that they need to do to regulate counseling centers, to make sure that they are doing the work properly in counseling folks about the care that's available to them here, abortion care in the city of Boston. So thank you to the makers for adding me. We got a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to protecting those who are going to be most hurt, and we already see who are most hurt: Black folks, poor folks around the country. I think a lot of these communities, Black and brown communities, have already found ways themselves, ourselves, to really do that work. And so it's about putting our money and our attention and our time to the things that we say we care about, and to doing all the work that my co-sponsors also mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lujan. The chair recognizes Councillor Coletta. Councillor Coletta, you have the floor.
I rise to thank the makers, and please add my name. This is deeply personal for me. 1 in 3 women have had an abortion. Someone you love has had an abortion. And this is something that I understand intimately. If a woman does not have control of her body, she does not have control of her health, her life trajectory, her future, or quite frankly, the future of the child if it were to come to term. And we know that those in other states don't believe in supporting life after birth through social services. I am quite frankly horrified, and I want to thank the makers for putting this out. But make no mistake, this is an attempt for control, to control our bodies, and to further subjugate vulnerable populations. And it will perpetuate cycles of poverty and ultimately change the fabric of our society, which is why I'm deeply emotional about this issue. I know we've had a long day, but I felt compelled to stand up and talk about this. And make no mistake, they're coming for our contraception next. Women of affluence will be able to get abortions. They will have the means to fly, to drive, to take time off of work, and to have help to do it safely. Women who don't have that sort of comfort will not be able to do it safely. And we know that women, unfortunately, will die. This is a dark time where we are seen as incubators, as vessels, rather than sentient beings in charge of our destiny. And I just want to commend all of the men in the room and across the country who have stood up and said something about this. But I do think that everybody needs to be better and to stand up and keep shouting from the mountaintops that this is wrong. Roe versus Wade is gone, and so is 50 years of legal precedent. And I stand in my position here today to affirm our commitment to sexual and reproductive rights, including safe and legal abortions, as a fundamental right. No regrets, we won't back down, and we will fight like hell. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. The chair recognizes Councilor Lara. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I am not going to say much because I feel like I am on the record, both on the floor and publicly, being in support of the expansion of reproductive rights, and also being very vocal and honest about my own abortion and my experience with the support that I received from Planned Parenthood. I think that we all know here that legality doesn't necessarily translate to access. And I think that beyond passing this resolution, which I want to thank the makers for putting on the floor, and I'm very happy to vote for, my hope is that we can make a commitment to ensure that we are increasing access to abortion for women by making a material commitment to it. My office is committing $1,000 to the National Network of Abortion Funds, and President Flynn, if you will allow me, I would like to give the opportunity to my council colleagues to match those $1,000 so that we can make a collective donation to the National Network of Abortion Funds on behalf of the Boston City Council.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. The chair recognizes Councilor Royal. Councilor Royal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. I just thought it was incredibly important that I stand up on this matter today and ensure that it's not just our women who fight for us every day, fighting for women today here in this chamber and for other birthing people. It's incredibly important that we respect women's bodily autonomy, that we give them access to the reproductive health that they deserve and require. And I stand in full support of this. I also will match that $1,000, Councilor Lara, and so you can count on my office matching that to ensure that people receive the critical help and services that they need. I also just want to commend and thank my council colleagues who have shown courage, not just here today in this chamber, but also out at rallies and at protests, discussing and talking about their own personal intimate histories and the ways in which this has impacted their lives. In fact, people that I love have had abortions, and so it's something very close and personal to my family as well, and people who I care about. And so I am grateful to my colleagues for sponsoring this, and I hope that as we move forward, we continue to fight and champion these rights and these issues until everyone in this country has the care and access that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Royal. Anyone else looking to speak on this? The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
I just want to thank my colleagues and the makers for putting this forth, and I want to rise to the occasion to take on your pledge, and I also pledge $1,000 to not only just show support, but to invest, right? Because we know that this is not something that everyone is going to have easily access to. I started my career in sexual health, working with young people, and particularly around family planning and contraception, and this is just the beginning, and I would agree with my colleague, Councilor Coletta, that they're coming for all of us, and they're coming for everything. And if we allow this to happen now, right, we're sending a message that it's okay to violate all of our rights. So thank you to my colleagues, and I look forward to working with Councilor Louis-Jean on doing something on the local level to move some things in policy. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Would anyone like to add their name to it? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilor Arroyo, Baker, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Anderson, Flaherty, Councilor Lara, Councilor Mejia, Murphy, Worrell, the chair. Councilor Bach, Braden, and Lujan seek suspension of the rules and adoption of this late file matter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The resolution has been adopted.
This is the last late filed order offered by Councilor Ed Flynn, an ordinance amending City of Boston Code, Chapter 2, Section 8.3.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Has that been read into the record?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. If you can please read the late file offered by Councilor Ed Flynn. It's been read in. So I'm going to go directly to Council President Ed Flynn. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. This is an ordinance ratifying changes to personnel funds for the City Council. I'd like to suspend and pass this ordinance today so that we can act on the new budget at the start of the new fiscal year.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. Are you seeking suspension and passage?
Yes.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Seeing no one, would anyone like to add their name to this? Thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you please add Councilor Baker, Councilor Bach, Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Lara, Councilor Louis-Jean, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Worrell, and please also make sure to add my name. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. All right. The ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo.
Green sheets.
We are now moving on to the consent agenda. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. We actually have something in the green sheets. I apologize.
6 items.
Anyone wishing to remove a matter from the green sheets may do so at this time. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you, President Flynn. I'd like to remove docket 607. It's page 10 on your green sheets. Docket 607, which is a message and order amending the City of Boston Code, ordinances section 9912, inspection of exterior walls and appurtenances of buildings requiring periodic inspection. This ordinance provides the Inspectional Services Department with an important tool to ensure the ongoing safety and professional inspection of building facades across the City of Boston.
I have to read it.
I just read it for you. You can read it. It's been a long meeting.
Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket 0607 into the record?
I'm trying out for the role.
Committee on Government Operations, docket number 0607, message and order amending City of Boston Code Ordinance Section 9, -9, 12, inspection of exterior walls and upper tenancies of buildings requiring periodic inspection. This ordinance provides the Inspectional Services Department with an important tool to ensure the ongoing safety and professional inspection of building facades across the city of Boston.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will you please poll the committee members to see if they will allow the docket to come before us today?
Forgot about that one. Government Operations. The Committee on Government Operations, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiane.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty. And Councilor Coletta. Properly before.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Docket 0607 is now properly before the body. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for reading that in. This docket can be found on page 10 of the green sheets. Due to the 60-day time constraint, this is an ordinance sponsored by the mayor, which will go into effect July 11th. Because there's no council meeting next week, as Chair of Government Operations, I am recommending that this docket ought to pass. This ordinance provides the Inspectional Services Department with an important tool in ensuring the ongoing safety and professional inspection of building facades across the city of Boston. This ordinance was first adopted in 1995 and has allowed the department to certify structural soundness and building code compliance for thousands of buildings, old and new, in the city. This order intends to amend the ordinance and will modernize the language to reflect advancements in building inspection technologies, provide more detailed analysis of the structures themselves, and give the department greater enforcement capabilities through updated violations and fines. Additionally, passage of this docket would provide more flexibility in the adoption of a new inspection tools, which hasn't changed since 1995, to allow for the use of advanced technology, which includes digital images, video, and drones, which can provide much more detailed recording of inspection results than visual inspection, and allow for better access to the facade of taller buildings, especially as high-rise tower construction continues across downtown and other areas in the city. The amended language shows to provide better, more detailed information on the integrity and safety of buildings, prescribing more specific inspection and certification requirements, which will generate more comprehensive reports to be submitted to and reviewed by ISD's building officials prior to approving and issuing the certificates. To add additional regulatory and enforcement teeth and give the department additional enforcement tools, the amended ordinance allows the department to enforce violations and fines under Massachusetts general laws to ensure that any unsafe conditions are remedied immediately, which also requires property owners to resolve any prior violations in order to commence or resume any other permitted construction or renovation work. As Chair of Government Operations, I recommend this docket ought to pass. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, well, is there any further discussion on this matter? Councilor Arroyo moves for passage of docket 0607. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0607 is passed. We're going on to... All right. Okay. Chair recognizes Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pull from the green sheets docket 0720 on page 12 of 16 in the green sheets.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Mr. Clerk, will you please read docket 0720 into the record?
Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation, docket number 0720. Communication was received from the city clerk transmitting a communication from the Boston Landmarks Commission for City Council action on the designation of petition number 38, Highland Park Architectural Conservation District, Roxbury, Mass., in effect after July 8, 2022, if not acted upon.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you please poll the committee members to see if they would allow this docket to come before the body?
Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation, Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Lara. And Councilor Flaherty. Yes. Properly before.
Thank you. Docket 0720 is now properly before the body. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. From talking about this petition here, petition number 38, Highland Park Architectural Conservation District in Roxbury, Mass., talking with my good friend from District 7, there's an appetite to move this forward. The Roxbury community, the Highland Park community is on board here and ready to move this forward.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker moves for passage of docket 0720. All those
Councilor Fernandez is looking to speak on it.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chair, so much for pulling this. I support the creation of Highland Park Architecture Conservation District because it will empower neighborhood residents to gain a seat at the table regarding the future of Highland Park, Roxbury. Without this HPACD, neighbors can only voice concerns over development that oftentimes prioritizes maximize return on investments regardless of neighborhood concerns. Without this protection and oversight, the neighborhood's beautiful historic buildings will continue to have zero protection against easy demolition. The neighborhood is seeking protection for its African American and immigrant history, not just its colonial history. The HPACD has been the result of more than 5 years of volunteer efforts, and this is the third attempt to provide protection for the neighborhood. The first attempt was in 1978 and then again 1994. Previous attempts at protection were led by many of Roxbury's distinguished community leaders, such as late great Chuck Turner. This protection was specifically written for this neighborhood. It only protects things neighbors specifically asked this HPACD to protect. Priority was made to make sure this process is not overly burdensome on existing homeowners by asking them to make expensive repairs or use expensive materials to repair their homes. This HPACD could be used as a kind of template for other neighborhoods in Roxbury where residents don't feel like they have a voice in the face of outside developers coming into the community and flipping property without consideration for the long-term residents who live there and care for their neighborhoods. This process could give them a voice. I'd like to give a shout out to Andrew Shelbourne, who has most recently helped to lead this charge in the past 5 years, and Ernest, or AKA Randy Costin, one of the volunteers who worked on all three of these efforts over the 44 years. I don't want to belabor this any further, but just a few facts. Boston Landmarks Commission voted unanimously for Highland Park Architecture Design Commission. 4 residents, 3 members of the Boston Landmarks Commission will make up the commission in effect if not acted upon. Thank you so much, and I, of course, am in full support.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. The chair recognizes Councilor Block. Councilor Block, you have the floor.
I'll be really brief. I just wanted to say I'm so excited to see this coming to fruition. Just in the last 2.5 years, there's been like this long drumbeat around how do we get the study reports done and get this to happen. And one of the things everyone's been part of a lot of conversations about is how we make sure that we're actually doing historic preservation in the city for all our communities, and especially for our communities of color and like our immigrant communities, and not just having some of the well-established historic districts in my neck of the woods, but actually getting them out all throughout the city. And so this has been a long time coming, and I really just want to congratulate Councilor Fernandez Henderson and say how excited I am to see this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Block. Councilor Flaherty, did you want to speak on this matter? Councilor Baker moves for passage of docket 0720. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0720. The chair recognizes Councilor Flaherty. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just ask our colleagues' indulgence to pull from the green sheets docket 0502, page 6 of 16, and this one is time sensitive. Just ask that the clerk please read it into the record.
Yeah.
Docket 0502, page 6 of 16.
Mr. Clerk, can you please read that into the record?
Committee on Community Preservation Act, docket number 0502. Message in order approving an appropriation of $1,423,386 for the administrative and operating expenses of the City of Boston Community Preservation Committee for the fiscal year 2023, and a further appropriation order in the amount of $38,861,894 from the Community Preservation Fund estimated annual revenues for fiscal year 2023 to be appropriated and reserved for future appropriation.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you please poll the committee members to see if they would allow this docket to come before the body?
Committee on Community Preservation Act, Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy. Yes. Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Braden. Properly before the body.
Thank you. Docket 0502 is properly before the body. Council Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm asking that we suspend and pass docket 0502. The docket is an appropriation order for the administrative and operating expenses for the City of Boston's Community Preservation Committee for the fiscal year 2023, and a further appropriation order for the Community Preservation Fund's estimated annual revenues fiscal year 23. This hearing, as many will recall, is typically a procedural hearing held at the same time that we hold our annual CPA hearing. However, this year the administration had filed it after we had the initial hearing. As you can see, I had distributed the Treasury memo. Everyone should have a copy on the desk, and all of the information is available for my colleagues. Want to let folks know that the administrative funding for CPC increased $411,000. The increase will provide the community preservation program with the necessary funds to build their capacity and to enable staff to oversee a large and growing portfolio of projects. As my colleagues hear from time to time in public hearings, the community preservation team is a small but mighty team, and as the program continues to grow and more folks learn about it and more folks are inspired to participate in it, it's vital that we support it effectively. At the recommended level, the administrative budget would account for 4.99% of the anticipated fiscal year 23 revenue, which the city uses as a reference point for the 5% statutory cap. The primary drivers of the increase, $256,000 for personnel costs, including the addition of a compliance and monitoring position, proposed upgrade for the director position, updates to the CPA allocations and split-funded treasury positions, as well as health insurance and other benefits for core staff. There's also $155,000 increase for contractual services, cost of the three consultants, 2 historic preservation and 1 open space, and some other items containing phones and phone service and other membership fees and dues and current obligations. Also, the available project funding increases. The good news to $38.86 million. That's a $10 million change over fiscal year 2022. The increase is primarily due to projected $11.8 million net carryover from prior years, as well as the rising surcharge fees, as well as the state match and revenue. So exciting opportunity as we sort of turn the corner and look towards the next round of CPA funding. So now is my opportunity to urge all of my colleagues, and hoping that for everyone's edification, particularly our new members, this is sort of the starting point of CPA. So we don't want to get to the funding point and folks pulling their best Gary Coleman imitation. What you talking about, Flaherty? Right? So this is it. This is the start of it. So the onus is on all of us, district and at-large colleagues, to get the word out. Your sports teams, your civic associations, your historic groups, your friends groups, housing activists. You get statues in your community. You get hero squares, memorials, park benches, lighting, fencing, all of it. If there's things that are happening in your district, if you're driving by and you're saying, wow, I wonder why that's in tough shape, get on the horn with the local civic association or a friends group or the sports team and encourage them to participate and send an application. Nadine does a phenomenal job, and everyone that meets her says that they feel that they're the only applicant. And I thought that was testament to her work ethic and spirit of what this is all about. This is what we worked hard to pass, and along with Kenzie and other colleagues here, we got this on the ballot, it passed, and it's providing tremendous results across the city. And for some folks, it's they apply and they get it on the first try. Some folks have tried 2, 3, or groups have tried 2, 3, 4 times, but ultimately, at some point, you're going to get gun funding for it. So again, the onus is on us. It's not going to happen organically or by osmosis. We have to work the phones as district and at-large colleagues, introduce folks in our neighborhood, all the different groups, put them in touch with Nadine's office, start that process, have your staff. Nadine does a great, Thadine, I'm sorry, Nadine. Thadine does a great job working with colleagues, and our own staffs can be part and parcel to this so that they can help on the constituent service side. When someone calls your office and asks about the program, they can be aware of on how to help them fill out the applications and/or connect them to the opportunity. So good things are happening. Thadine does a phenomenal job, and she's always willing to be helpful. So again, this is time sensitive, obviously has to pass today to be included in the fiscal year 23 budget. Urging all of my colleagues to allow me to suspend and pass and to vote for this so we can get it cracking. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Flaherty.
What you talking about, Flynn?
Council Flaherty moves for passage of docket 0502. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0502 is passed. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President Flynn. Mr. President, at this time, I would like to call docket 0710 and 0711 and, no, from the page 16 of the green sheets. That's it, just those two.
We didn't get those. 7.
Is it a different docket number?
0710, 0711.
We're going to take a brief recess, please.
Okay.
Yep. We're back in session. Councilor Fernandez Anderson is going to pull docket 0484. Yeah. At this time, I'm going to Call on Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. After all, there were more dockets. But we would like to address these two first. Mr. President, at this time, I would like to call docket 0484 to 0486 from page 2 of the green sheets under assigned for further action for their second reading. Detailed information on these dockets begin page 14 to page 15 and page 15 of the green sheets.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket 0484 through 0486 into the record, please?
The Committee on Ways and Means, docket number 0484, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to enter into one or more leases, lease purchase, or installment sales agreements for fiscal year 2023 in the amount not to exceed $36 million. These funds are to be used by various city departments for the acquisition of equipment and furtherance of their respective governmental functions. The list of equipment include government computer equipment, hardware and software, motor vehicles and trailers, ambulances, firefighting equipment, office equipment, telecommunications equipment, photocopying equipment, medical equipment, school and educational equipment, school buses, parking meters, street lighting installation, traffic signal equipment, and equipment functionally related to and components of the foregoing. Docket number 0485. Message in order approving an appropriation of $550,370,000 for the acquisition of interest in land or the acquisition of assets or the landscaping, alteration, remediation, rehabilitation, improvement of public land, the construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, improvement, alteration, remodeling, enlargement, demolition, removal, extraordinary repairs of public buildings, facilities, assets, works, or infrastructure for the cost of feasibility studies or engineering or architectural services, for plans and specifications for the development, design, purchase, and installation of computer hardware or software and computer-assisted integrated financial management and accounting systems, and any and all costs incidental related to the above described projects for the purposes of various city departments, including Boston Centers for Youth and Families, Department of Innovation and Technology, Environment, Fire, Neighborhood Development, Office of Arts and Culture, Parks and Recreation, Police, Property Management, Public Works, and Transportation Departments, Boston Public Library, Boston Redevelopment Authority, and Public Health Commission. Docket number 0486, message in order approving an appropriation of $138,535,000 for the acquisition of interest in land or the acquisition of assets or the landscaping, alteration, remediation, rehabilitation, or improvement of public land, the construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, improvement, alteration, remodeling, enlargement, demolition, removal, extraordinary repairs of public buildings, facilities, assets, works, or infrastructure for the cost of feasibility studies or engineering or architectural services for plans and specifications, for the development, design, purchase, and installation of computer, hardware, and software, and computer-assisted integrated financial management and accounting systems, and any and all cost incidental and or related to the above described projects for the purposes of the Boston Public Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, could you please poll the committee members to see if they would allow these dockets to come before the body?
Committee on Ways and Means, Councilor Fernandez Anderson.
Here.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia. Councilor Louisiane. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
And Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Dockets are properly before the body.
Docket 0484 to 0486 are now properly before the body. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
Mr. President, these have already been voted on. Our protocol just requires that they be read for a second time into record.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson moves to take the second reading of docket 0484. We'll do it individual dockets. Mr. Clerk, can you please take a roll call vote on docket 0484?
Docket number 0484, second reading for capital budget. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Aye.
Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara.
Yes.
Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0484 has received its second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson?
I would do docket 0485.
Yeah. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson moves to take the second reading of docket 0485. Mr. Clerk, can you please take a roll call vote on docket 0485, please?
Docket number 0485, second reading for capital budget. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Aye.
Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara.
Yes.
Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0485 has received its second reading.
Thank you. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson moves to take the second reading of docket 0486. Mr. Clerk, can you please take a roll call vote on docket 0486, please?
Docket number 0486, second reading for capital budget. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Aye.
Councilor Baker, aye. Councilor Bach.
Aye.
Councilor Bach, aye. Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, aye. Councilor Coletta.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta, yes. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lara.
Yes.
Councilor Lara, yes. Councilor Lujan. Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yep.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0486 has received its second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Anyone else looking to remove anything from the green sheets? The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Mr. President, at this time, thank you, Mr. Clerk and Mr. President. I would like to call docket 0710 to 0711 from page 16 of the green sheets.
Seven.
Yeah, Mr. Clerk, will you please read those dockets into the record, please?
Committee on Ways and Means, docket number 0710, message and order authorizing the collector treasurer for the city of Boston to enter into a compensation balance agreement with Citizens Bank pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53F, for the provision of banking services more fully described in the attached form. And docket number 0711, message and order authorizing the collector treasurer for the city of Boston to enter into a compensation balance agreement with J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A., pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53F, for the provision of banking services as more fully described in the attached form.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, will you poll the committee members to see if they will allow these dockets to come before the body?
Committee on Ways and Means, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Flaherty. Yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Louisiane. Yes. Councilor Baker. Yes. And Councilor Braden. Yes. Properly before the floor.
Thank you.
For the council.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every 3 years, the Treasury Department issues a request for proposal, RFP, for banking services. The scope of services includes standard functionality needed by the city in order to collect and disperse payments, as well as tools needed for cash management and short-term investing. The existing contract for banking services expires on June 30th, 2022. Anticipating the expiration of the contract, an RFP was released in 2021 and received 7 responses. The city evaluated the responses based on the ability to execute services, costs, and other factors. The evaluation committee found both J.P. Morgan Chase's and Citizens proposals favorable to provide banking services to the city of Boston, and awards were positioned to both. To finalize the contracts with Citizens and J.P. Morgan Chase before the beginning of new fiscal year, City Council must authorize the collector treasurer to first enter into 2 compensation balance agreements. Basically, I guess just a little background, and I'm just going to sort of fast forward, if that's okay with you guys. In order for there to be no delay in core city services, the orders must be approved by City Council by June 30th, 2022. As chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which the following was referred, docket 0710 and 0711, I am recommending that these dockets ought to pass.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. On docket 0710, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson moves for passage of docket 0710. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0710 has passed. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson moves for passage of docket 0711. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Docket 0711 has passed. Okay. We're now moving on to consent agenda. I have been informed by the clerk there is one addition to the consent agenda. The chair moves for the adoption of the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. The consent agenda has been adopted. Announcements. Does anyone have any announcements at this time? The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy,
Okay.
you have the floor.
I've been waiting 7 hours to do this now. So, one of my first official resolutions that I made was back in February when Clerk Feeney had just left, and I still wasn't even sure how to line up my paper and printer and get it all stamped. And it was you, Alex Jerntis, who took on both roles at that time as the assistant clerk of the City of Boston and the clerk of the City of Boston. And I do want to acknowledge that you have done both jobs so well and effectively since then. And I held on to this resolution since February because it took us this long to officially elect you as the clerk. So before I read the resolution, I did want to just recognize that you have 2 things to celebrate tonight. Your official new job, which I know it will probably be easier because now you don't have to be both, or maybe we have to elect an assistant to support you, and your wife's birthday, who when I first wrote my notes, I did write that you have been patiently waiting here for 5 hours, and then I switched it to 6, so now I have to say you have been so patiently here for over 7 hours. So thank you for that, and I do just want to read into the record that this is City of Boston and City Council official resolution. Be it resolved that the Boston City Council extends its congratulations to Alex Jerntis in recognition of being the first clerk of the City of Boston of Greek descent. And be it further resolved that the Boston City Council extends its best wishes for continued success. And this resolution be duly signed by the President of the City Council, Thank you, President Flynn. And attested to and copied thereof transmitted by the clerk of the city of Boston. You actually signed your own resolution back then. I think your staff helped me make it. And all of the councilors here today signed it, so I did just want to present this to you.
Could I ask my colleagues to come up here for I want to make sure Alex earns his money today.
Now she knows he's crazy. Happy birthday.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, you have the floor.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to ask everyone to pray for my grandmother, Luge Lopes. Before I woke up this morning and I got a text around 5 in the morning that my grandmother has been was induced coma, and she's my dad's mom. So we always joke about this because my dad's family is part Polish, Jewish, and so this is my what we call her a little Jewish lady in the family, and she is an entrepreneur, an artist, and a fighter, and works really, really hard. You can imagine in the 60s, 70s, 80s, to be an entrepreneur, to be a restaurateur, owns multiple restaurants in Cape Verde. So she's been flown into Boston. She's in the hospital. And just ask for your prayers. And it's with her that I learned like all of my table manners, because she would get all of the grandkids to come to the house on the weekend, and she would give us like 5-course meals, and she would teach me which fork, which glass, which fork for which dessert. And I love her very much. So please pray for my grandmother. I'm sorry, we celebrate life, and in my spiritual practice, we don't believe people die, but just a soul transition. So, but I think that there's hope, and it will be God's will in wherever path is next for her. But I thank you in advance for praying for her. Her name is Luge Lopes. If you can pray for her, please.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, and please know your grandmother is in our prayers, and she must be a wonderful woman because she has a wonderful granddaughter such as yourself. The chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn, and I'll definitely be praying for her too, Tanya. I'm so sorry. Actually, I wanted on the prayer list just to say that I'm sure the rest of the council joins me in wishing Mary a quick recovery. I know that Liz's partner took a bad fall yesterday and has had stitches, and so I just wanted to express that she's a really wonderful woman who I think so many of us have gotten to know, and I was alarmed to hear about that, and so just wanted to wish her a speedy recovery. And then also just add a quick note of thanks to just central staff. We're here at 7, and this is also the first meeting we've had since Carrie Jordan left us. And so I just wanted to give serious credit to Candace. And to state for the record that all difficulties today were counselor originated and none of them were technical difficulties. So I really appreciate the staff, and I know that for me with the ARPA stuff, and I'm sure Councilor French-Anderson shares this on the Ways and Means side, there has been a heavy burden on central staff over the last few days. And so I just really, we're always grateful to them, but I think like this particular crush at budget is one in which we rely on them sort of to an insane extent. And so I just wanted to say to everyone listening and the handful who have maybe gotten to go home, just how grateful we are for all that you do. And we didn't speak because of the rush on the president's order, but I'm glad that there's an opportunity that the mayor and the council have come together to create an opportunity for us to better compensate our staff for the work that they do day in and day out. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Block. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to sit down. Everybody else sit down. It's a long day. Thank you. A few things. I just want to, in our tributes this evening, to send our sympathies and condolences to the Moran family. Representative Mike Moran is a close neighbour of ours, and his mom passed away. I can see her porch from our porch, so she just lives across the way, and she passed on Sunday after a long battle with Alzheimer's. And also another former city councillor, Brian McLaughlin, who was a District 9 city councillor, his mom passed away, and the funeral's tomorrow. So both these elected representatives have served our community, and we send our condolences to their family. I have to also say that yesterday Mary and I celebrated, well, we didn't quite celebrate. We were going to celebrate our 25th anniversary, and unfortunately Mary had a fall on our way to eat wonderful Vietnamese food in Waltham, and we ended up in Mount Auburn Hospital emergency room for several hours instead of going for lunch. So I have to say this is the second day in a row that I haven't had lunch. So I just want to, those of you who have partners while we do this work, I really, partners and spouses and friends and family who support us to do the work that we do as city councillors, they make it possible to do what we do, and I really want to appreciate all those partners and friends and family who support us to do the work that we do, and to give a very special thank you to my partner Mary, my spouse and partner for 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. I also want to echo what Councilor Block mentioned. I want to say thank you to the City Council Central staff for their exceptional work that they've done representing this body, but also representing the residents of the city in such a professional manner. I also want to acknowledge the work of the clerk's office for their hard work and dedication and professionalism as well. I want to say thank you to two of the chairs in particular, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, during this budget process for leading us. She's a brand new city councilor, but as Ways and Means Chair, she acted like a seasoned professional. So thank you for your tremendous work, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, and your staff as well. I also want to say thank you to Councilor Block. I want to say thank you to Councilor Block as well for her important work during this period of time, working closely with us colleagues, and both Councilor Fernandez Anderson and Councilor Block, especially working closely with the mayor's office as well. Finally, I want to say thank you to Mayor Wu's office, Mayor Wu's team, administration, but also especially to the IGA team that has also represented the city so well. So I want to say thank you to the IGA team for your professionalism and hard work in putting up with us for so many months. Thank you, guys. I'm going to go on to memorials now. For Councilor Arroyo, Carol Britton, Mary Moran, Ian Knievi. For Councilor Baker, Helen Denalicky, Patricia Powers. For Councilor Braden, Mary Moran as well. Councilor Coletta, Antonio Tizano of the North End. For Councilor Murphy, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Flynn, and Councilor Baker. Also for Ann Knievi and Helen Delanicki. For Councilors Lejeune, Baker, and the entire City Council. Roseanne St. Fleur, mother of former State Representative Marie St. Fleur. A moment of silence, please. The chair moves that when the council adjourns today, it does so in memory of those mentioned individuals, and we are now scheduled to meet again in the Ionella Chamber on Wednesday, July 13th at 12 noon. All in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. The council is adjourned.